being made in council homes, which is, we'll all agree, very much needed in our city. The council invested over 44 million in existing council homes in 25-26, and this is going to be rising to 54 million next year, with emphasis on planned works, major works. Our campaign on eradicating damp and mould in our city is well underway, and that sort of looks like we've got more repairs to do, but it's because we're encouraging people to report to us with damp and mould problems, which we've got a special team with the magnificent Michaela in charge. And we do encourage everybody, if you know anybody, tell them to report to us if there's damp and mould issue. We want to get to task with that. And sustainability and stock condition data. Sustainability remains a key strand, and we've got more than 930 solar panel PV systems have been installed. Retrofit work has begun on the least efficient homes in our city, and the decarbonisation of our seniors housing scheme at Walter May has now been completed. Affordable housing is being delivered in this city at pace, and so far 684 homes have been delivered in the first 2 years, with major schemes underway at Flintfield Drive, Sackville Road and Moosecombe, and the council pipeline of more than 470 to be expected to continue. And this year we've reached the milestone of well over 500 homes being brought back through our buyback system. In fact, I think it's about 530 now. It keeps going up every week. I can't keep pace. I do know there's over 100 in progress as well, so I can't tell you how pleased I am. And this is a small team of people. We haven't employed loads more people. They're just working like the clappers. I can't believe how much work they're doing. And this is homes that we can have somebody in within a matter of weeks, rather than it takes 2 years, obviously, to build homes. So it's a really good, quick way to deliver more homes quickly. So that's really good news. That's over 500 households were helped through prevention and early intervention through our homelessness prevention team. This is really important. But temporary accommodation did increase too. We have over 2,200 households in emergency or temporary accommodation. And this is just, the result of the housing crisis we're in. So we are dealing with a huge number of households that we are helping. So the new TA reform programme is critical to reducing reliance on costly accommodation. So buying back or using our own accommodation, a temporary accommodation, is helping to alleviate that issue. Resident engagement and service improvement is strengthening, and the report highlights progress with an improved star survey result, renewed estate inspections, complaints work, and development of a more resident-focused landlord service. In the private sector and empty homes, there is impact. The council has brought 313 homes back into use that were once empty. They are now back into use. People are living in them, and this is pretty good work. So that's really good for us. We have 8,694 homes in the licensing scheme now, being inspected 275 as residential buildings linked to fire safety and cladding and remediation oversight. So we're really very busy in the private sector as well as a social landlord. There's lots of work going on. And in addition, and this is all Di's work again, we've introduced, the introduction of the Renters' Rights Act is one of the biggest changes to renting in a generation, delivering greater security, stronger rights, and improved safeguards to our private renters, and helping with unfair treatment in that sector. And we've updated and strengthened our enforcement policy that literally the day Renters' Rights Act was enforced, it was on the table. We did that. She does work very quickly, don't you? So I'm really pleased about that. So it's as strong as it can be, using the law with its full force. Health, wellbeing and equalities are embedded across delivery, and there's been investment in adaptations, in supported housing. We have more women-only temporary accommodation now, mental health and housing support, and action to improve outcomes for residents with protected characteristics, which is really important. And this year we've taken a closer look at our equalities impact assessment to ensure that our actions are reducing inequalities across protected characteristics. And our Year 3 action plan sets out how we will continue that momentum we are building to bring about change in a good way, I hope, for residents in our city. Thank you, Chair, and we're happy to take questions. Questions? Councillor Macleay. Yeah.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the report and all your work as well, Diane. So to start with, the expansion of the buyback programme is great. And in HS10, there was of the report, there was a gross addition of council housing stock, but it does not appear to reflect the loss through right to buy of 69 homes last year, or the planned demolition for tower blocks. And so I was interested to see how the council will be reporting on the net change in general needs council homes. And can you share a little bit about how the existing stock will be reported going forward, including those year-on-year changes? Are we accounting for those losses year-on-year?
Yes, I mean, we report annually to central government on numbers of properties that we have within our housing stock, so we can track each year whether stock is increasing or decreasing. We also have our quarterly performance report that goes to area panels and is available on our website, and that also tracks stock numbers, homes lost under the right to buy, and also the new build homes as well. So, so within those kind of mechanisms, you'll be able to see those differences in homes.
Thank you. And another area that I was looking at was the safety and sustainability piece, the improving our existing stock. So looking at how the EPC shows that we're looking at a number of 89.2%, so it's not better than the previous year, leaving around 1,320 homes with an EPC D or worse. And so wondering how that impacts on our net zero plans and looking to kind of align with 2030 targets. So what kind of work is being done there to improve on those numbers?
So I'm aware with the retrofitting, I think the report specifies the number of homes that we managed to bring up to standard last year, and that is something that will continue over the next few years. I know that in terms of our sustainability manager works very closely across the council in terms of accessing funding for our stock and for the wider city as well. So there will be a programme of work to support us getting up to the required standards by 2030.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start by saying I recognise how much improvement there has been in tenant council relationships, and I have seen that, but I am concerned that a persistent thread in the casework that I receive about council housing, council house related, and whether tenant or leasehold, appears to be a insufficient hearing of the tenants' concerns or leaseholders' concerns, and sometimes also compounded more concerningly by a lack of respect for those tenants or leaseholders. And that still seems to persist. So I recognize that in the department there's a real desire to change this, but I am concerned that this is not actually reaching reaching right down to those staff who interact directly with our residents and our leaseholders. Could you please explain how that is being addressed?
So, firstly, I'm sorry to hear that residents' experience of our service, and we absolutely want to be the best landlord that we can for our residents. We're doing a piece of work through the Regulator of Social Housing's requirements around professional standards for our staff. And this is a piece of work that we're co-producing with tenants and leaseholders about their expectations of our service and how we are with them. We started that work earlier this year and we're consulting with staff on those standards. So that is something that all staff in landlord services will be required to adhere to and something that we will monitor. As well as that, we do training around customer care and also for different types of staff in housing. We'll do toolbox talks, etc. So that customer care aspect really should be filtering down to ensure that we do provide that right service for residents. But we are keen to learn from feedback and we will take that on board and make changes to our services to respond to that.
Yeah, that does sound great. And one thing I would like to stress is I think that is less of an issue in our seniors housing. I think the level of respect and care for our residents is higher than it is in our other council housing. And that is something that I would say is concerning as well and needs to be looked at. But thank you very much for that.
Adam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report and lots of promise in there. I wanted to ask a question about Andy Burnham and his commitments in things he said so far about building lots and lots and lots of local authority housing. I'm not suggesting that anyone has a crystal ball, but does the housing strategy 24-29 have sufficient scope to flex with any changes that might come?
Yes, I'm pleased to hear Andy Burnham's speech on housing. Of course, I was delighted to hear that because this is why I do what I do. And we've surpassed our expectations. We've passed our milestone. And it gives us the cash to build the houses. We'll carry on building the houses. Go for it.
Thank you. Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Jill, I'm very impressed with this report, and I love hearing about all these council homes that you're buying back on the right to right to buy. I just wanted to ask a question about how important do you think that the contributions of commuted sums made by developers who can't put affordable housing on the site, how important are they to our programme of buying back council housing?
For me, I think Diane not to add more. I mean, it does help us in that we're able to use that money to put towards either building or buying back. So it is important, of course, and it is a resource that we value. And I don't know if Diane wants to add.
Yes, absolutely. In the early years of the scheme, so we've been buying back homes since 2019. It's been invaluable, and I think we've managed to utilise those commuted sums really well, and we have some residual amount now, which and we will always be looking kind of where to apply them as well. So, without a doubt, it helped kind of launch that well for us, and we will continue to utilise that. We of course prefer to have the housing delivered on site, so we will always try to push for that wherever possible, but if that's not possible, it is a very useful addition to our resources.
Thank you very much for that. Of course, I know that it isn't always possible to put on site because a lot of stuff that gets built is flats, and providers don't like buying one or two flats here or there. And as Jill said, you have got a ready-made home that can be sort of occupied straight away once you've bought the house. So I think it's probably a very good balance. And I'm biased because I'm on planning committee. So
If I can have a really good example, though, of when it worked really well recently, is the Rottingdean Estates in Dalbans. They agreed to, I can't remember how many we had at first, a number of houses they agreed to sell to us at a good price through the planning permissions, etc. But then, because of, for whatever reason, maybe they were having difficulty selling them quick enough, we ended up buying 27 more from them. So actually, if we have a good relationship with developers, that can work in our favour. So that's always possible.
So it's very unusual to get that scheme. I remember that I was chair of planning when we approved that, but very unusual to have actually, nice little rows of semi-detached houses rather than flats. But I take the point.
Thank you, Councillor Cattell. Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I've got 3 questions on 3 different areas. So housing, the repairs backlog, downsizing, and just a very quick question about the former Hollingbury Library site. So the repairs backlog, there's over 8,000 jobs outstanding at the end of March, which is a significant number. Yes, that's partly to do with AWAB's law, perhaps, and also to do with increased engagement with residents, but it's still very significant. So I'm wondering how you are planning to reduce this backlog. What level of backlog are you aiming for, and by when? Also, downsizing. I think it can be quite difficult to downsize, and I know you make a reference to a downsizing strategy coming. I believe that you can be renting a 3-bedroom house, and if you want to downsize to a 1-bedroom, that might be more expensive even, because depending on the length of time you've been in that form of property. So I'd like to know a little bit about the downsizing strategy, and what is the council considering doing to mitigate the possible increased costs of downsizing? And also, just to finish, there's the former Hollingbury Library site nearing completion, at least externally. When do you expect that to be up and running and filled with residents?
Apologies. So absolutely, the repairs backlog is a major focus for us this year. We were making good inroads into reducing that historical backlog, and as you see in the report, various reasons why it's increased. Certainly, one of the things we're doing is increasing resources in the area so that we can get back to those jobs quicker. And as well as that, making sure that we are doing good priority in terms of how we're carrying out those repairs as well. I need to get back to you about what is our preferred timeline for clearing that backlog and the levels, but it is absolutely a commitment from us to ensure those repairs are completed. The downsizing, yes, it is it is a difficult situation for people, and what we find from talking from tenants is it's not necessarily the financial incentives that would encourage them to move. It's very much the hand-holding, providing the extra support and guidance that people are looking for. So any new downsizing policy will look to reflect that and look to reflect what tenants are telling us in terms of what they need as well. That's a piece of work that we want to look at alongside other registered providers in the city. We very much want them to make best use of their housing stock as well, to ensure that we can meet housing need in the city. So we'll be looking at their ideas and initiatives as well to help devise that policy. And Hollingbury Library, again, I will have to give you get back to you the date, but it is due this year. So we can provide a date, and it certainly is taking shape. I walked past it not long ago.
If I can add on the repairs, and the next week, it is in a different scrutiny meeting though, I'm not sure if we will be providing more information because we're looking at the housing compliance next week, same time, same place next week, and I think we'll have much more detail on the repairs then. so we can maybe discuss it further then. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McClay, you had another question.
Yeah, thank you. It was kind of touched on earlier, just around the satisfaction piece, tenant satisfaction, and just thinking about how, if only 63% believes that the council listened to them, like, how are we going to address that 1/3 that feel remain that they are not feeling listened to, if there's an action plan off the back of that? And then water safety as well. There's a comment about how full compliance with over 1,000 overdue actions. So in terms of residents having confidence in these being resolved, when the report admits that the council is not yet where it should be, do you have anything that you can share with regards to completion dates, you know, how you're planning to address those? And they're my last questions.
So on the water safety, again, next week we'll have a lot more detail. But what I can say is it was the water safety compliance, we've had to redo every single one in the city. So they were done at one point, but we've had to redo them, which has been part of the issue. But we can talk about that again next week. We've got lots more detail for that one.
And in terms of residents feeling that we treat them with respect, so as you noted, there has been a movement, which is great, and shows that some of the things we are doing is working for some residents. We do have a programme of work called Creating Great Homes Together, which is the co-production piece with residents, and through that we will deliver on priorities for residents in terms of what they want us to look at. So one of the key areas they wanted us to look at was complaint handling. And I think that's a prime example of where you can show that you are really listening and actioning and reflecting what people are saying to you. So I would hope through the work that we're planning this year that's kind of outlined in the action plan, that residents can build their trust in the services that we're delivering, and that their experiences will be different, and that'll be reflected in next year's satisfaction results.
I'd like to add, actually, it might be worth noting that some of the work that was done in the very excellent Task and Finish group on antisocial behaviour actually focuses very much on recommendations in terms of working with our residents, and actually some of the recommendations from there would probably be quite useful in terms of picking up and taking forward. It's just a comment, really, because there's some really excellent work that's gone on in there. Councillor Gilman.
Thanks. So just had a couple of comments and questions for you, Jill. Brilliant in terms of the amount of money that's going to go on into this, 44 and going up to 54, some additional 10 million, which is brilliant. And I think we obviously need to recognise this obviously come from the new legislation. So this is additional things that we are doing because of the national regs that are out there. And just kind of wanted to kind of pick up on a few points. Councillor McNair kind of mentioned the backlog, which obviously you're kind of working through. From my understanding, there's like there's 100% fire risk assessment that's been completed so far, and that the fire safety, which is obviously one of the kind of cruxes of the legislation, that's been taken down to kind of a low risk now. So as you're kind of working through the backlog, we're dealing with less risky points that we're dealing with. And another point that McLary made, Councillor McLary, in terms of water safety, my understanding is that's kind of gone from 64% to 96% in terms of the safety. So there's a general trend here in terms of improvements, although kind of recognising there is a kind of backlog there. And my question is, what is the kind of the highest risk areas that you're looking at dealing with first? Obviously, albeit you're dealing all of this at the same time, that you're kind of, what's the kind of crux that you're focusing on at the moment? Thanks.
Well, our water safety is really important, of course, to us, and we are doing our absolute best to get it. But we've had to redo, as I say, the old water safety checks that when we came into administration, they weren't properly recorded. I have no idea why. So we've actually gone through it all again. As we have our electrical safety, we've had to go through the whole city again. So it has took some time. For me, it's got to be 100% or I'm not happy. We're going to get there, but for me, it has to be 100% because it's 100% of our residents need to feel safe. With fire safety, there's lots of new building regulations. We know post Grenfell, and this is we've had to do an awful lot of remediations for that in the city, and quite correct. But also we do have to look out for the private sector. We've had to look out for, is there any dangerous cladding in the private sector that we need to be aware of as well? And I am pleased that we did manage to get quite a lot of, I think it was 4 million funding. About the government was giving out money to councils to deal with cladding because of post Grenfell. None of our council-owned properties have the same cladding, but we still had to look at the faces of, and what it was made of, and etc. It was just as important, just because it wasn't particularly that type of cladding. So we did lobby the government, and as I annoyed people really well, this time it worked, and they gave in and said, okay, well, you can still have the money even though they're going to call it cladding money. So that money is going into really strengthening the fire safety of all of our residents and buildings, tower blocks, etc., and the smaller blocks as well. It takes time, but we are getting there.
Excellent.
That's great, thank you, Jill. And I suppose that's one interesting kind of point in terms of what the council's doing, and what's been raised in terms of satisfaction as well. And I suppose that's something that you don't always see if you're a resident. So the fact that you've got the fire assessments, they've all been 100% been completed, and things are lower risk now. That's not always kind of seen. So I suppose there's a question there in terms of satisfaction of, are we communicating enough to the residents for them to actually understand that? Because I suppose what they see is physically what's in front of them, and that's not always, you can't see a fire safety a certificate and understand all of that. So I suppose it kind of comes down to what comms are we doing around that?
I think it's always tricky, because if you say anything to do with fire safety and you go into a block, everybody panics. I would, of course you would, like the LPS blocks. They are safe to live in, but they're not safe for the future, and we have to make that choice of, are we going to demolish and redo? But for somebody living in it, you feel very nervous. You don't feel quite, not maybe safe, but you're not quite as safe as you used to feel. And it is always really difficult to overcome that. And I think we can all appreciate how this, how concerning it is for residents. And I think we do fairly a lot of comms. I was there at the bird blocks in Whitehawk with the residents there, but we can always do better and do more. And I'm encouraging very much more regular newsletters. I know there were some areas of your concern, keeping people informed, letting them know not just what is happening, what's going to happen, why it's happening. I think that helps a lot, rather than turning up one day, as often happens, isn't it? And just workmen doing some things to do with fire safety, it makes you concerned. So I think that the communications are getting better, and we can always do better. Absolutely.
Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking a question about supported housing, and for older people, 65% of supported housing is taken up by older people, but the funding has reduced by 75% between 2010 and 2020. The demographic is increasing, the need is increasing. And I'm just wondering how far we are in developing our supported housing strategy, in mapping the support that's needed, and in setting direction, because it will need to be published in March 27. I just wonder if you can let me know, or let us know, how far along the road we are in actually mapping out the needs and where we're going. And also in preparing for the mandatory licensing of supported housing, which again is coming in and we need to report on. Thank you.
It's a very timely question. There was a supported housing summit today, across Sussex, which brought all the priorities together just about obviously how people are developing their supported housing strategy. So we're in the development stage. We've commissioned a housing needs assessment across Sussex to look at current provision and projected provision. So that's something that's taking place now, and we're on track to have that brought to Cabinet before the deadline of March 27. We're closely watching the licensing requirements. The consultation was published last month, which provided some more information, but we're still waiting for regulations to be laid out before a new scheme will be introduced, and they haven't given a timescale for when it will be introduced. So it's something that we're tracking, and as soon as there is further information, we'll be planning the introduction of that scheme.
Councillor Shanks.
Thank you. So just to comment really, as somebody already mentioned, communication with residents, I just had somebody in my ward who has been told to move to property in St James Street, which is obviously we're using the voids for temporary accommodations, in temporary accommodation, moving to there. But it was like, why? What's going on? What's happening? So I think, obviously I explained to that is what's happening, but that just felt like, actually, just having to move suddenly isn't so. Just our communication is obviously sometimes not the best. Really good that you're sorting the Mould Act. It's a shame in a way that we had to all be prompted nationally by that law. Just wonder if anything's being thought about in terms of heat, which obviously must be a big issue for a lot of tenants at the moment. And the main question really is in terms of voids. So you were talking about voids in the council. Presumably that was our own stock, but there's quite a lot of empty property around the city as well, which we often, and are we being able to do any compulsory purchases on some of that, or get people, having to pay more and therefore thinking about selling it to us or whatever? And how do we report? Because we often, when you knock at a door when you're canvassing, you get somebody says, you think actually maybe they're not the tenant. And I know subletting is quite a big problem, so I just wondered how we're doing on that. That's not really part of this report, but obviously it does mean that we've got people in our properties that shouldn't be there.
Oh, sorry. So the figure that Jill quoted earlier was 313 homes. Those were private sector homes. They weren't council voids. So we looked to intervene in homes that have been empty over a year. Or if they're causing particular issues in the neighbourhood, and the team will respond. We do look to explore with owners appropriate ways to resolve their situation. We will try to encourage them to perhaps utilise working with our housing solutions team if they're looking at renting out their property through a direct let or leasing schemes as well. And we are going to be doing an incentive scheme with landlords or private owners around EPC and bringing properties up to certain EPC levels. And that might be another way of encouraging owners of empty properties to bring them back into use if there's some investment that could be made to those homes as well.
Any more questions?
What's the second question? Sorry.
Sue, need your mic.
Sublets. Well, and heat.
So with sublets, yes, we work very closely with our corporate fraud team, and they will investigate cases accordingly. So we would very much encourage anyone with any intelligence, or if any residents suspect property has been sublet, to let us know through our customer service team, and then we can look to do a referral. And there is cases where we're bringing those back into use, which is and being used for the purpose that they were intended. Heat, absolutely. I think this summer has shown that we need to be really agile and thoughtful about how we approaches going forward. There's obviously issues around buildings overheating in general, and people's comfort levels in the homes as well. So that is something that I'll take back to the teams. I'm sure it's something that will form part of our plans going forward.
I don't have any further questions. Sorry, Councillor Winder.
I wanted to ask something about the safe neighbourhoods problem, because it feels like when people are moving between temporary accommodation and then being moved somewhere else, potentially, that destabilises their lives and makes them feel very unsafe. And do you kind of feel that some of those safe neighbourhoods become centres for where we need to do more strengthening community cohesion and actually addressing some of the things that people fear that you might not be obvious, but destabilise people's lives significantly? And if there's anything that could be done to make people feel safer in this feeling of sort of churn and having to move, or losing a home, and what's happening to their children and where they're going to go to school and all that sort of thing. It's all part of that wider picture. And I wondered if there's something that you can do to help people to feel safer, both in their home and in their neighbourhood. Thank you.
So are you talking about temporary accommodation when people move? So when you move into a temporary accommodation place, you do get a welcome pack. So that tells you about the local neighbourhood, what's going on, any organisation. So if there's a residents association, for example, is there a food bank nearby should you need it? And it has, it has all of that information. And in our LPS blocks, for example, where we're moving in people who are going to be using it as temporary accommodation, we're also very, very clear about the safety hazards of not having electric scooters in your flat and things like that. So they do get that pack when they move in to give them some information about that's really important. Just what's going on in the area. As far as schools and things like that, it's really difficult because it depends where we're very short of accommodation, and we are prioritising families, and quite a few of our buybacks are going to house families rather than putting them in emergency accommodation. But it really often depends what's available in the city. We do try our best to keep people in good transport links as well, but sometimes that's not always possible.
I was just going to add with the 8 blocks, and as you say, there is a lot of change and established communities and people moving in. So our resident engagement team are doing a huge amount of work to support those residents as weekly drop-ins, home visits, and conversations with residents about how we can make people feel more settled, as you say, demystify perhaps what's going on, and provide that support so that they can create a community in those blocks, acknowledging obviously that there's a lot of uncertainty for those residents as well.
I have a couple of very small questions, if that's okay. So I wanted to just ask, you talked about co-producing in terms of the strategy and working with people in terms of customer service. I just wanted to check that disability groups are properly represented in all areas of co-production.
Yes, we have their tenant disability network, and yes.
Excellent. I also just wanted to ask quickly about the VORG strategy and the alignment there with housing, and are we making it priority to try and move perpetrators out of homes rather than the people that are being the victims of domestic abuse and violence, and their children often?
Yes, absolutely. We take, in terms of our domestic abuse policy and approach, it is victim-centred, victim survivor-centred, but really take a trauma-informed approach to find the right resolution. And for some residents, that will be remaining in the home, and we will do our best to facilitate that where that's possible. For some residents, they may wish to move as well. So it is about working with that person to find that best solution and ensure we're committed to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Chair. We're rightly proud to be a city of sanctuary, and I'm just asking a question. If you could illustrate some of the strategies you're using to or implementing to ensure that our services are inclusive and safe and accessible for our asylum seekers and refugees, to help them settle. If you could describe some of the things that we're doing.
One of the programmes that we've been working on is we received some funding from the government called the Local Authority Housing Fund, which is whereby we've been able to purchase homes to resettle Afghan families in the city. This is something that's been really successful for us over the past few years, and we've been working with the communities team to ensure that those residents have the right support, working with Voices in Exile as well to ensure that they are settled. I know that work also takes place in the private sector as well, in terms of sort of accessing tenancies and such forth. So that is a really good example of kind of how we've taken forward an initiative and to ensure that those families get the support that they need.
Unless I have any further questions. Thank you both for your time. And we now move to the recommendation, and do members agree to note the report? Agree. For our next item, we have Councillor Mitchie Alexander, Cabinet Member for Communities, Equalities, Public Health and Adult Social Care, and Jeanette Laws, Director of Homes and Adult Social Care, to present an update on the Adult Social Care Improvement Plan.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the Adult Social Care Improvement Plan was presented to People, Overview and Scrutiny Committee back in January. The committee members agreed that they would like to monitor the progress of the Adult Social Care Improvement Plan and suggested and requested that an update be brought back here after 6 months. So this is us back again. You would have read the draft update report that will be going to Cabinet in September. So a new regulatory framework for local authorities with responsibilities for adult social care was introduced in 2022. First pilot inspections were completed by early 24. Brighton and Hove was notified of the inspection process starting in November 24, with on-site inspection completed in April of last year. The regulatory framework measures how well local authorities deliver their responsibilities under Part 1 of the Care Act 2014. Improving outcomes in adult social care is primarily driven by our response to our Care Quality Commission inspection, otherwise known as CQC. As a reminder, our overall judgment requires improvement. And one of the categories, we scored a 1, which is the lowest possible mark, which then prompted a Section 50 notice with oversight from the Minister of Health and Social Care. The Section 50 notice has included support from a Department of Health and Social Care advisor who is working closely with us on improvements and has been attending our regular improvement board meetings and working as a critical friend to our priority areas. The improvement board is the key operational group delivering on the identified work streams, chaired by our Director of Adult Social Services and attended by senior managers in adult social care. The Department of Health and Social Care advisor, Peter Hayes, that has been appointed to us, has recognised the progress made against key actions that have been identified. And we are anticipating the Section 50 notice being reviewed this autumn. The Section 50 notice highlighted two main areas of concern: waiting times for assessments, including waiting well procedures, and completion of annual reviews. The Adult Social Care Improvement Plan addresses these areas of concern. Since the CQC inspection on-site visit, there have been significant improvements in the key areas, specifically annual reviews and wait times in teams. The adult social care improvements are centred on key areas: planned annual reviews. We have achieved the target of our aim of 45% for 25-26 of annual reviews completed in time. And we have a plan for all teams in adult social care to get to 55% in this current 26-27 year. This compares to just 29% at the point of the inspection. There is now a dedicated review team in place, and we are building a positive culture towards improved review performance. What does this mean in practice? To meet the target of 55% completed within time, we need to complete 1,876 reviews by the end of March next year. To reach that target, we aim to complete 469 by the end of June. So June just gone. So that will be the end of the first quarter. We actually reviewed 448, so we were behind by 21 reviews, but that does feel achievable to get on track by the end of this current quarter. Waiting list management. We've introduced a new waiting safely framework, which formalises the prioritisation process across the teams and gives us transparent data on how long and how many people are waiting. The framework also includes contacts whilst people wait and opportunities for prevention whilst they wait. And what does this mean in practice? Waiting safely is new for this financial year, so we don't have a comparison to 25-26 as yet. The current measure is teams applying the new framework to their caseloads, and we do have some teams recording 86% of waiting safely activities within timescales. With this new framework, we need to have a few more months of data to see the difference that it is made on the length of time waiting. Reablement. We've appointed a senior programme manager for reablement, and we are working towards a new pathway for existing and new service users to give them opportunities to avoid ongoing care packages, meaning residential and home care. We are launching a pilot, which is on track to start at the beginning of August. And in the current reablement model, we have seen 60% of cases result in positive outcomes, either no ongoing care needed after reablement, so that was 50% of cases, or reduced care needs still needed after reablement, and that was 10%. Positive outcomes with reablement are, of course, better for the person themselves and also save finances in the long term. The people we currently see do achieve good results. The pilot will be focused on getting more cases through the system and therefore early identification and early prevention. Residential admissions. It explains in the report that we have received new guidance on the categorisation of our cases with mental health needs and not Care Act needs. So we don't now include those individuals in our returns data, and this has brought us in line with other local authorities. This has significantly improved our benchmarking position, and we've now moved from 15th in our peer group to 3rd in peer group for residential and nursing placements for 18 to 64-year-olds, and we've moved from 14th in peer group to 7th in peer group for residential and nursing placements for people aged 65 plus. The report also covers some details on the next phase of inspections. The national operation teams are revisiting the self-assessments currently, and we are preparing for an inspection later this year, although this is currently unconfirmed. As a summary, the framework of the national inspections themselves have stayed the same content, but there'll be a very different practical delivery. For example, the inspection team will be on site for 5 days rather than 3 days, and will give more regular feedback to senior leaders. The full process will take 19 weeks. Will take 19 weeks from the point of notification to complete release report, and this took 12 months previously. So to end my presentation, I want to say that there is clear evidence which has been ratified by external assurance that we are making sustained progress against the areas highlighted by CQC. Improvements in residential admissions, waiting safely arrangements, and annual reviews are demonstrating positive impacts, and we remain on track towards exiting Section 50 arrangements later this year. The revised CQC framework reinforces the need to embed continuous improvement, ensuring that resident outcomes, lived experience, and evidence of good practice remain at the centre of how we operate every day. And that concludes my presentation, and please do feel free to ask myself, Jeanette and Andy any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. I'd just also like to apologise, Andy. We also have Andy Witham, Director of Commissioning and Partnership for Adult Social Care, with us today. Apologies. Councillor Gilman.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for the presentation. Some real positives there in terms of the numbers, going from 15th to 3rd, 14th to 7th. So it's always nice when you kind of think of kind of going up those league tables. A couple of questions regarding the Section 50 notice. I was just wondering. It mentions in the report that it looks like there's going to be a review later in the year, and I was just wondering, are you working with the Department of Health in terms of talking to them about that being reviewed, and where's that come from in terms of having that review point at that point in the year rather than it kind of coming later? Are you getting feedback that you're on that kind of right trajectory to kind of come out of the Section 50 notice? And I was just wondering what are the kind of key things that kind of get us to move from requires improvement to good overall? And in terms of the numbers, so 45% at the moment on reviews to get us to 55%, is the main thing there, kind of cutting down on wasted time, or is it additional staffing, or a mixture of both that you've looked at to try and try and shift us on that? So those are the so there's probably 3 questions in there really. Thank you.
I'll just answer the first one briefly, and then I'll pass over. But the Section 50 notice that having the review this autumn comes from Peter Hayes, who is the advisor that has been sort of allocated to us from the Department of Health and Social Care, and it's conversations with him that are leading us to believe that will be re-reviewed, and Section 50 will be re-reviewed in the autumn. I shall pass over to the officers to continue.
Thank you. So in terms of the review performance, we have, as Councillor Alexander said, put in place a dedicated reviews team, which has made a huge difference in terms of us being able to get through those reviews. When we looked at best practice across other local authorities, they had dedicated review teams. So we took that learning and applied it in the local authority, and that's meant we've been able to focus at capacity on reviews, and that's meant we've been able to get to that number, and we're confident that we'll be able to get to the target that we've set ourselves. The other question.
So to build on Andy's point and your question about what does good look like and how can we move to that. So in terms of the progress we've made in terms of reviews up to 55%, that still would not move us to necessarily being rated as good. When you look at other local authorities, they're operating in the 70-75%. So that's our aspiration for next year, 70% at least. You asked about why September. One of the things that Peter Hay reflected back to us when we started the journey with him in terms of looking at our Section 50 was that he was encouraged by the fact that we recognised where we needed to do more work. So we knew ourselves really well as an organisation and where we needed to focus our efforts. And he works with a number of local authorities, and he reflected that that's not necessarily his experience elsewhere. So that is why I think we are going to be one of the first to be looked at in terms of the Section 50.
Fiona. Fiona.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry.
Thank you.
Press it once more, Fiona. Right, I'll start again. Apologies for forgetting the microphone. So yeah, I do thank you for the presentation. I heard that the improvement rate around assessments, the aim is to improve to 70 to 75%, which the community, I hope, will see that happen, because 55% still remains quite low from a community's perspective. So I'm glad that statistic has been, that percentage has been communicated to the meeting. In light of that, but I wanted to sort of also bring up that PAC notes that the Cabinet report says that the next CQC inspection will have a stronger focus on unpaid carers. And given that within the CQC inspection report, and you've been working on assessment times, I wanted to reflect, because the assessment rate is still moving towards 55%. What specific red flag system does the council have in place to identify parent carers of young adults age 18 to 25 at risk of burnout if they've missed assessments? And the second part of the question, and have emergency placements risen as a result of assessment delays, also impacting Brighton and Hove's aim to keep young people in the city? Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. The first point is around the introduction of the waiting safety framework. That will help us. That's the reason it's been introduced, is to identify people on the waiting list who could do with some additional support, etc., or signpost them to support that could help them. So that's the reason that the waiting safety framework has been introduced. As we said, it's early days, so that isn't well, it's early days in terms of us understanding the impact of that. There's been some good take up of that, particularly in our West mental health teams, but we're rolling out across all of the services at the moment.
If I can just supplement the response, and to differentiate between assessment and review. So assessment is your initial
assessment in order to be able to access services, to understand if you're eligible for support from the council. In terms of assessment, we expect to be able to do those as quickly as possible. There is legislation in the Care Act about the timescales for that, and that's very different to the reviews, which is once you are eligible for services and receiving a service, it's how often do we do that, which our aim is to do that at least annually. And I just wanted to explain the difference, because we are like 100% wanting to get to a timely assessment. We accept with reviews that it is unlikely we'll get to 100%, because no one in the country does that, but we want to, we aspire to move to that. In terms of the emergency placements, we're not aware of any emergency placements that have occurred because of waiting for an assessment. That can happen, but that's why the Waiting Safely framework is in place. That's really important to us. If we can ensure that when we are making a placement, it's in a orderly and planned way rather than an emergency, that's better for the resident and their family, and better for the council.
Councillor Shanks.
Thank you. Obviously, it's good to see some improvements. I suppose I've just been at local government conference and listened to Baroness Casey, and I mean, the whole thing is awful, really, nationally, isn't it? So, in a way, whatever we can do here is you know, I think she's talking about systems and how none of those systems are working. The health system doesn't work with local authority, you know, all those things. I'm sure you all know that. I've just also looked at the TBM report for the budget. So we're obviously adult social care overspending quite a lot. I just wondered how much extra support we've had. Have we had extra financial support to enable us to improve this? Because that's usually certainly happens in children's services. And, you know, is that part of also as part of identifying more need that we're ending up over? So how's that affecting our budget, I suppose? And my other question was really about co-production, because the other thing that Casey's talking about is actually, you know, when we think of adult social care, we often think of older people in residential care, but actually the biggest pressure is on younger adults or people with mental health issues or people with long-term disability needs. So when we talk about, say, transformation of services and the co-production sort of ideas that people have had, I just wonder whether any of that, how that's feeding into your review. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I don't want to preempt the cabinet discussion, but I can talk a little bit about where we are financially in terms of adult social care. Yes, we are forecasting an overspend because we are making sure that we are meeting people's eligible needs, and that means that we have more demand than we have in the budget. We do in Brighton and Hove have a specific profile that is unusual across the country, in that in terms of our profile of working age adults versus older people, it's about 50-50. That is unusual to elsewhere. So even in London, in some of the younger boroughs, it wouldn't be much more than sort of 60-40 in terms of 60% older people. So we are quite unique in that sense, in terms of having the number of people with mental health and physical disabilities and learning disabilities in the city that need our support. And they are the most expensive in terms of a weekly cost. So that does impact on our budget. Having said that, what we've tried to do in our savings programme and mitigations programme for this financial year is to align that with our improvement journey. So we have, for example, in our savings programme, 888k for this year related to reviews. Reablement. My numbers right. Reablement, 2.1 million, that's the figure, for reviews in terms of more timely reviews, so that we can make sure we're giving people the right support they need in the most affordable way. So some of those initiatives have required investment up front. So there has been investment from Cabinet in order to be able to deliver some of those savings. But we are not unusual as a department in terms of adult social care in needing to have probably the highest level of savings because we are the highest budget in the council. Having said that, it's really important for us that we do fulfil our duties, and that's why the overspend looks as it does.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions. Firstly, how I know that you have, for instance, assessed the assessment improvements as an early win, there's been some recategorization, which is great. But other than that, how are these required improvements being benchmarked? What are the KPIs? What standards are we holding to ourselves? And I appreciate that it is quite early on the journey. There's a large improvement which is needed. So I'm not concerned that they haven't all yet been met, but I would like to know how that is being measured so that we are able to assess how well that progress is being achieved. And my other question is, there is the prioritized actions and updates, but that still leaves quite a lot of very important areas for adult social care, which are clearly also, they're requiring demonstrating shortfalls and requiring improvement, such as safeguarding, which to me seems like a really, really important area for something like adult social care, the governance, learning, safe pathways. There's a large amount of issues which do not seem to have been addressed in this report, and I'm concerned about that. So if you could explain how that will be addressed and when and how that's going to be measured. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. So in terms of how we are measuring our progress, there are monthly meetings that are chaired by the Director for Adult Social Care. And he couldn't be here today, but he chairs those meetings, and Peter Hay, DHSE advisor, actually joins us on those meetings to help us to really focus and to make sure that we are holding ourselves to account. So there is a dashboard. We have a team dedicated to making sure that we are measuring our progress in terms of actual delivery. In terms of the areas you've talked and safeguarding, yes, we are requires improvement. And I would note the fact that when you look at the full report, it notes the fact that actually practice is really good. So once you are receiving a service in Brighton and Hove, the experience is broadly positive. The issue is that it takes too long in terms of the assessment to get in terms of the area. So yes, there is more work for us to do in terms of safeguarding and governance, and we are working through the programme. Our biggest focus has understandably been on the areas that enable people to access the services they're eligible for, entitled to, and then to make sure that once they are receiving the service, that they continue to get the right service in terms of reviews. But we are working on all the other areas, and we'll be very glad to share more information about that the next service. And it might also be helpful for you to be aware that alongside the monthly meetings, there is a line of sight from senior leadership team, in that there is a quarterly report that comes up to our corporate leadership team about progress.
I appreciate all that, but I'm concerned that that is not being shared with Cabinet and with an Oversight and Scrutiny Committee, because surely that is exactly the kind of thing we should be looking at to see how the improvement plan is actually matching the targets we need to reach.
So we come to Cabinet twice a year. That's what's planned in. We will be going in September. We can ensure that the report, the final version of the report, addresses the areas that you feel are not sufficient in this report. But I felt that it did cover those areas, but I'm happy for Andy to say more.
I think it's a fair point. I think the focus quite rightly has been on the Section 50 notice. We want to obviously remove that Section 50 notice, so that's where the effort has been looked at. That doesn't mean, as Jeanette has said, that those other areas that you quite rightly highlighted are not being looked at. They are. It's just, I suppose, the focus for this was really looking at that Section 50 notice. We don't want that. We don't want that there any longer than it needs to be. But as we said, there is good progress being made on that, and the assurance that we've had both from the LGA and from the DHSC is we're making good progress around that.
Hendrik, I'd just like to say as well, welcome in person.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. It's always good to see improvements on especially vital, important services like this one. The CQC noted significant shortfalls in assessing needs, and as the work continues to improve the review completion rates, how exactly is the adult social care team collaborating with children's services and local schools to ensure that when children in our city with complex SEND needs transition into adulthood, they're not falling through any gaps? Or is there a scenario where they're stuck in the waiting safely framework?
Thank you. So we have a new transition strategy, which is looking at exactly that. We've just in the process of appointing a program lead to lead the delivery of that transition strategy, and it will look at all of those things you've just discussed there. We recognise it as an area we need to make some improvements on, and that's what that transition strategy, which is wide in its scope, which but quite rightly so. We'll be taking forward those programs of work. Our colleagues in children's services and also other stakeholders are involved in that work. So we'd be more than happy to share that with you. I think there was actually a slot at some point scheduled. It's coming here. I think it's come here before. So I'm sure that at some point we could bring that back again to show the progress that's being taken forward. But there is a whole program of work looking at transitions. As I say, we can bring that back at some other time.
Councillor McNair.
Thank you for the report. What are the main reasons for the low judgments across the board? Is it a lack of funding? Is it the city's profile? Is the savings programme just unrealistic? Is it a lack of staff? Is it out-of-date IT systems? Is it the need for clearer management structures? What are the main reasons for the low judgments?
I think that's a really good question. So the reasons for the Section 50 are because that we were not focused on reviewing people that want to do in placements. And that was a decision about how we deployed staff and where we focused our efforts, which is why we introduced the reviewing team. So that was a legacy issue that was already being addressed by the time that we received the call for the inspection, which is why we were at 29%, but that was already increasing, so that by the time we had concluded the inspection, we were up to 45%. So we had already identified that as an area, and that was about choices we made in terms of the profiles of the team. In terms of the waiting times for assessment, again, that was probably about not necessarily being agile enough to not only recognise there was an issue, but think about the solutions. And one of the things that I'm proud of the team for doing is trying some different ways of working in order to be able to reduce the wait time, which has gone from months to weeks now. But there's still more for us to do. So that's another area. The third area is that I would say that has contributed is partly around the geography of the city and the realities of the affordability of supported housing in the city. And what I mean by that is we do have a relatively high number of working age adults that are placed outside of the city. And when I say outside, it could be just down the road in Shoreham. But for the purposes of CQC, that is outside of our boundary. And so it will seem very high, even though families can easily visit. And if you compare that to a county council which has a larger footprint and therefore could have people potentially even within their boundaries having to travel quite a distance. We are challenged by that. Having said that, things like brickfields we're very proud of, and there's more that we need to do in terms of having more brickfields in the city so that we can have more of our working age adults back within the local area.
Councillor Gilman.
Thanks. So just picking up on Councillor Shanks's points around kind of budget overspends, and I was just kind of reflecting on it myself in the sense that adult social care is one of those areas that exponentially kind of gets bigger and bigger year on year, and it feels like we're always kind of fighting the tide. It's a statutory service that we have to provide. It then kind of cuts into other services that are non-statutory. And I was just wondering, in terms of like reducing that demand, kind of getting ahead of it, are we always just fighting against the tide? Is it something that we're always going to be fighting against until it's effectively addressed by national government and taken and put into its own kind of sector like the NHS is? So it's just a kind of wider point really there. But, can we ever kind of fight it? Are we always just going to be fighting this? Or is there anything else that we can really kind of get on?
To some extent, yes. We do a lot of work around prevention, whether it's at the front door, supporting people out away from adult social care before they come in and get an assessment. How can we support people through the voluntary community sector or through our strengths and asset-based approach? How do we support people that they don't come through the front door and start costing the local authority money? That's easier said than done, obviously. If people have an assessed need, then we need to meet that need. We do a lot of work around prevention. And then we do a lot of work on the other end, which is trying to manage down costs within our providers. So I think it's always going to be a challenge. It'll be interesting to see what Dame Louise Casey comes out with, because I think there is clearly a wider issue that needs to be addressed. However, the local authority is trying to do all it can within its gift to try and manage demand and also manage the cost of that.
And if I could just add that in terms of managing the demand, we just need to be reflecting the fact that people are living longer, although they say that that's now shortening. But in those additional years, they are tending to be unhealthier. So they need our support. And the demand is becoming more complex. Alongside that, we have, as I mentioned, a profile that is unusual in terms of 50-50. And of those working age adults, we do find that there is an increasing number that have what we call co-occurring support needs. So they may have mental health and substance misuse issues. That for us is a real area of challenge. What we see is sometimes thresholds being so high that there is a need for sometimes adult social care to intervene where other services would not, because people still need support. So there are real challenges, but I am hopeful because I believe that health are very much interested in how we can improve the health of our residents. Mm-hmm. And if we could do that, then that would really have a big impact for us in adult social care.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. And it kind of touches on the point that's been made. I was looking at the risk implications in the report and noting the increasing complexity of need. I was interested to know about contingency plans and what you might have in place if demand continues at the current rate over the next year, for example. Is that something you're considering?
So as part of our budget setting, we will forecast what we think is the number of people that may come through the door and the cost of their needs. We do that scenario planning every year, and because they are eligible needs, it's not something that we can decide to not do. So we will put that forward, and that will be reflected as you will see every year in the budget setting. I think for us, the issue for us is about how do we get prevention better. That's really the response that we need to think about. How do we, where there is preventable need, how do we support that in a timely way? And how do we, from the outset, particularly for older people, ensure that they live longer but healthier lives as well. And that for us would be that really the areas which are more long term, but nonetheless, hopefully that answers your question. We need to invest in the long term.
Yeah. Shall I just come in quick? One of the areas it touches on in the report is around development of the reablement offer. That sort of talks to the point that Jeanette's making. So our reablement offer at the moment is quite narrow in its focus. It focuses a lot on people coming out of hospital pathways. So when they're discharged from hospital, they're offered a period of reablement. What we're doing is shifting that to actually when they come through the front door, they're offered a period of reablement at that point before they go on to have care and support needs at that point. So, for example, that could reduce a home care package down from a certain number of hours a week to a smaller package because that person has maintained some more independence through the reablement they've been offered. So that's a really good example of where we need to focus our efforts to reduce that longer term cost and ultimately support people to have better lives.
Initially.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, welcome the update. Thank you very much. And it's good to see the positive trajectory of improvement. I particularly welcome the launch of the waiting safely framework. And this is building on Councillor McKay's question. So my question was, with increased levels of complexity and demand in the city, how is the framework prioritising those within the waiting safely framework? So what level of complexity qualifies who's not on that list? And how are you sort of prioritising those? Thank you.
So it's not so much that people qualify to get on the list or not. If people are waiting, what the team are doing is they're looking at the case details of each person that's waiting to understand if they think there are any risks as to why we should be ringing them up and just checking in on them. So it will be based on the case notes that are available, which we will have taken some details of the issues that people are waiting for in terms of being assessed. We look at everyone who's waiting, but in terms of the focus of the phone calls, it will be those where we think there are risks that may be materialising, but everyone does get a call.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Great.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a bit about prevention and reablement. I have some experience of reablement in that I had a major stroke 2 years ago, which most of you will be aware of. And I was discharged. I had some physio. I could walk to the bathroom by myself. I was managing to walk in the house without an aid. So I was discharged and then I was walking and so I was feeling it 6 months later. This winter, I experienced a slipped disc because actually I hadn't had the physio, which would have prevented a problem with I have mild scoliosis. I have the money to go for private physio, and I'm doing that now, and I'm out not in pain anymore, and I will be able to exercise again properly and be active. But the thing is, that's because I have the money for private physio. And I'm just looking at where we are perhaps setting a benchmark too low for what we're expecting people to be able to do. And I look at the other thing I actually look on having had breast cancer 11 years ago now as a godsend, because the oncologist, I had aggressive breast cancer, and the oncologist said, you've got to exercise and lose weight. So I did. And I am sure that hugely helped me after the stroke because I was up much more quickly than most people would be. So I lost less muscle mass, lost less fitness. So my entire trajectory has been different. And I'm just thinking that I feel we need to be looking at how we use budgets such as transport budgets. We need to be looking at improving payments so that people are walking, because at the moment we are encouraging people to drive. Really, there's huge subsidies for drivers. I know they wouldn't believe it, but there are. We're allowing drivers, including my own family, to use the city as a car park for very, very low cost, instead of actually making this a city where people are active and are staying healthy. So I just wonder how much this ever increasing adult social care budget should be a wake up call for the city, and how much we need to transform how we look at all other services, parks, transport. There is quite a lot which we need to flip on its head to ensure that our residents stay fit and healthy and have a healthy life, healthy life expectancy, rather than just a long life expectancy.
So I welcome the question, Councillor Miller. What I would say is that, and I might get this wrong, I might have to look to Deb to help me with this, but I think we're one of the least inactive cities in the country. So in terms of those that do exercise, they make the most of it. And yes, there is more we should do in terms of those that are less active. Yes, I think there is a lot more that we should do with health in terms of supporting people to make healthier life choices, and with public health as well, which is why I do welcome public health being part of the council now, to really look across all the services and think about how we do that. And I would say that not only the corporate leadership team, but cabinet, are always thinking about the wider health implications of our policies, and not just narrowly, can I say that word properly? Narrowly looking at adult social care in isolation. Fiona.
I was thinking about the transition to adulthood strategy coming back to the committee, and I welcome that. And I just wanted to make an ask that PAC are involved in sort of talking with the council about the key areas that should come back to that conversation for scrutiny. And I feel motivated to ask it because obviously we're the key stakeholder group, but also in light of conversations that we're having around health and public health being involved. There's a report out this week that adults with learning disabilities die 15 years earlier than the rest of the population. And it might seem a long way to roll this back to transition to adulthood planning, but it is very, very vital. These are when habits and behaviours start embedding. And I really want PAC to ask all of the areas of the council to work together. Somebody's talked about adult social care working with children and young people services, because I think we really, really need to focus on what is available for young people with learning disabilities in the city, and how they, like all citizens, should aspire to living healthy and active lifestyles also. Thank you.
Shall I come back? So I agree that transition strategy, which is a multi-agency strategy, needs to be the anchor in which we really think about the outcomes and the life chances of those young people with disabilities. And in particular, I'm always mindful that some of the aspects we talk about are sometimes indivisible between health and care. But there are things like dentistry, which is absolutely crucial. Good oral care is important if you want to have a healthy life. What I would really like to see when you next see the transition strategy, that it becomes less focused on process and more about outcomes and impact. And I hope that will be the experience when it comes back to the committee.
To say we have noted the transition strategy and we'll be bringing it at some point in the very near future, no doubt. I can't imagine this subject going away anywhere. I read this morning a report saying that this cohort of children and young people are probably the unhealthiest cohort of young people and children that we've seen. So adult social care problems and issues aren't going anywhere in the short term or even long term. So yeah, thank you. Do I have any more questions? Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder, I'm just really pleased that we're making progress since the inspection report. Well done. And the trajectory is absolutely in the right direction. Can you describe the process of involvement of residents with adult social care needs, as in, for example, hearing their voice, in any evaluation of delivery of the service and the improvement plan, and how their needs are identified and are being met?
Thank you. So we use various ways of capturing service user resident voice through different ways. We've got Health Watch that we use to capture that. So when I think about our domiciliary care, our home care services, we use Health Watch to capture information around how people are receiving those services and things that are good for them and things that are not. We also do annual surveys. So the service user surveys that go out to all people receiving adult social care services. And again, we take that feedback and use that in terms of our development of our services. We do the same thing for carers. So there's lots of different surveys and engagement that happens with people receiving services. When we're designing services, brickfields came up earlier. We had people with physical disabilities and acquired brain injury involved in the design of those services. And we try to involve people we do involve people through co-production in terms of development of service specifications or the evaluation of particular services, for example. So there's lots of ways we do that, and that's been integral in terms of how we are shaping our improvement plan as well. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Councillor Winder.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, given how difficult it is to predict demand and therefore services become overwhelmed, what kind of planned interventions with a longer term kind of process would actually help that? Because at the moment we're kind of addressing the inevitable, whereas maybe more of a partnership approach with the NHS for interventions that could be easily provided and wouldn't cost that much money. Also, those kind of interventions might give people confidence that they could improve their own health and manage for longer without large-scale support. And finally, how about what is going to happen with these health hubs that the NHS is talking about setting up in the new kind of structure? And this came up in the HOSC Scrutiny Committee only last week. How much will those health hubs be able to intervene, if you like, and encourage people to keep going a bit longer or to do more kind of informal exercise, more socialization that gives kind of confidence? And how much money might you anticipate that could be saved as a result of that? Thanks.
I'll start and then Andy will conclude. So in terms of the health hubs, I'm afraid I'm not close enough to be able to answer those questions. But I know broadly that the idea is that it will bring health closer to where people are so that they will be able to engage and do more self-care. So I agree that should be something that will help us in the long term. In terms of interventions with health and partnerships with health, we have things like the Better Care Fund, which helps us to pool not just resources together, but also to pool our knowledge and our planning together in terms of how we respond to the needs of the residents in the city. Just in terms of the forecasting, we do have modelling that helps us to try and anticipate what we think the numbers will be. We have, for this year coming, tried to anticipate what the impact of our reablement offer and our more timely reviews will do in terms of those numbers. I suppose the reality is that in forecasting those numbers, it creates a service pressure that eventually has to be funded from somewhere. So it is, I was going to say quasi-scientific, but it is about judgment. It's about judgment of what we can afford and what we make as decisions in terms of our models of delivery.
I suppose the only bit to add is things such as the development of our integrated community teams, which are they're health-led teams, but our social work teams are also sort of involved in those. So that's about bringing support and services closer to people in their communities, which can only be a good thing. And then I think touching on Councillor Miller's point earlier around the sort of wider determinants of health and about how we address those. And if you think about some of our cross-cutting strategies, such as our learning disability strategy or autism strategy, they're very much city-wide strategies, and they're looking at all the things that we were talking about earlier, which will ultimately help us in the longer run and help those individuals. So I think there's lots of activity going on around that, whether it's being health-led, such as the integrated community teams, or stuff that we're doing around some of our cross-cutting strategies.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you to everyone for a robust and meaningful discussion, and thank you to our responders. It was excellent discussion. If there are no further questions, we'll go to the recommendation. Do the members agree to note the report? Great. Thank you very much. I would like to suggest that we take a break. We've been here for over 2 hours now, so I think probably everyone could do with a comfort break. Can we come back in 10 minutes, please? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you. Our next item of scrutiny is for SEND sufficiency. For this item, we are joined by Councillor Emma Daniel, Cabinet Member for Children, Families, Youth Services, and we're also joined by Georgina Clark-Green. Welcome, Georgina, who is the Director of Education and Learning. Before we take the presentation and the questions, I would like to make on this item. This report is the beginning of a new and forward-thinking approach, how we work with increasing complexity and the scope of SEND provision in the city. On reading the report and going through it thoroughly, I have many questions and concerns. However, I do want to be clear that I do not see these concerns extending to the level of education and support that are currently being provided. Nearly all of our, and I would like us to bear this in mind in our questioning, nearly all of our schools are rated as good or outstanding, which is something that we should all be immensely proud of. Our children and young people are engaged, safe, and being treated well. Of particular note today is the outstanding given to our two special needs schools, Downsview and Hill Park. They are to be commended as they continue to deliver against an increasingly complex and difficult environment. Their work and expertise will note. Thank you. Their work and expertise will. Are you okay, Birgit? Okay. Their work and expertise will no doubt be immensely influential in the development of our sufficiency. It is the job of scrutiny to focus on where and how we can improve, as I'm sure this conversation will demonstrate. I wanted to just take a moment, really, though, to reflect on the starting position that we find ourselves in. Sometimes we need to pause and to reflect on where we are before we move forward. I'd like to say thank you to all the council staff involved in SEND, our heads, SENCOs, and all the teaching staff who do such a tremendous job. Councillor Daniels, would you now like to present to the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your careful consideration of the paper in advance and your remarks. And I agree that our special schools really are a jewel in the crown. So I 100% welcome that comment. So the first slide that we're going to look at shows the foundation of what we consider when we look at, do we have sufficient places, not only in number, but in terms of the right sort of school places for SEND children. And that is from our inclusion strategy and the principles of belonging. So this is not only our starting point about how we address ensuring those places are appropriate, it's also our North Star, ensuring that children's voices are heard and included in the thinking about what school places should feel like for them. These principles of belonging also highlight one of our main drivers, which is wherever possible, our city's children are educated in the city itself. Moving on to the next slide, members who came to the all-member briefing on our SEND reform plan will remember some of this context within which sits the sufficiency plan. So that's our local version of the national SEND reforms, which is our local SEND reform plan. This incorporates the new investment to drive intervention to the earliest possible point in a child's life, where it's most likely to have the best impact on educational outcomes. And we will be working, and it incorporates the work that we will want to do with staff in family hubs and nurseries, as well as schools. So the response from us is to strengthen our ordinary available provision, that's in mainstream schools. Recruiting for our experts at hand to support the team around the child. And those include, and we're recruiting now, and those include educational psychologists, teachers of autism and speech and language therapists, which match the need, and that's about the sufficiency as well, that matches the need and the profile of the children that we're seeing. And the creation of more inclusion spaces in city schools. And you'll see more as part of our roadmap. I personally visited the spaces at Rudyard Kipling and Mile Oak, and also a different type of space, but with a similar mission at Patcham High School, all of which really impressed me and
There's videos on the council's comms channels if you want to see anything more about those, including a bit more detail on the SEND reform plan. So the next slide just captures our legal and financial obligations around SEND delivery and how it's governed. So it just outlines how there's an oversight board where there's co-production and parent-carer forum representation, and how that's aligned with our corporate plan. I would just say, because you might not be able to read these slides very easily as we're going through, Giles is going to send those round to you all after the meeting, because I didn't realise you hadn't had them and Giles hadn't had them. So the next slide gives you the sense of scale of our work. So almost 30,000 children in our schools across the city, and a quarter, or 26%, have some identified SEND need, which is higher than the national average. At the other end of the scale, pupils who hold an EHCP, that's 1,907 at the moment, and that's slightly higher than the national average. So I think that we're in line with national average in terms of how our rates are increasing, but we're above average in terms of identification of some sort of SEND need across our student and pupil body. The next slide shows that growth in EHCPs. So these are children who need the most support. And the beginning column is 2018 to 19, and the last column is the last financial year, just so that gives you that sense. That's 115% increase. And it's, as I say, the trajectory is consistent with national, but we are a higher level than they were to start with. It's important, the next slide, sorry. The next slide shows the two needs that are growing and driving demand in for SEND support. We have autism and social, emotional and mental health needs. Now, those of you that were here for when I did the presentation around alternative provision, and we talked a lot about SEMH under that scrutiny panel. So some of you will have quite a lot of knowledge from that. I think that was last year. It might have been the year before, but I think it was last year. So our biggest two needs in terms of providing places and support for pupils are around autism and SEMH. So if you look at the increase, we have a 682% increase in autism as a primary need. And that will be important, when that word primary need, when we come on to some other slides. And so when I talked about recruiting teachers of autism, you'll understand why that was a priority for us, so that they can give that expertise across schools. So our next slide is just some research about maybe why there's more autism. As the parent of an autistic girl, I agree with the fact that there is more awareness, particularly of how girls present. And I think that has led many more girls like my own seeking diagnosis and support. So then if we move forward a slide, and this is the one I said, bear in mind that primary need issue point on the other slide. So it looks like you've got a drop in moderate to severe learning difficulties and other disabilities, whilst the autism rises on its own. But it's important to remember that they could have both needs, but they have to pick the primary need when they come to record this data. So it's just important to bear that in mind. The next slide talks about where children with an EHCP are educated. NEET refers to not in education, employment or training. So that's that first acronym. AP and Pro, I will just explain because that's not necessarily clear to everybody. So that is a temporary intervention in a specialist unit with the aim to return to school or to bridge a transition to a special school. That has been a big area of improvement for us as a city over the last few years. So I'm particularly pleased with how we're doing on that. And then the others speak for themselves, I think. And moving on, I'm not going to spend much time on this slide because you've been through a lot in this committee. So I'll just say that we can come back to it if you want. But basically, the next slide on is the cost of placements. And the cost of placements has gone up, but that's nothing to do with the needs of children. That's to do with the cost of providing and inflation on staff costs. And the next one, again, I'm not going to sort of go through this in detail, but this is the budget breakdown of where we spend £40 million on Send Children. And I'll let George explain that if we have questions on that breakdown. I'll just pause for a second to let you see that. So we can come back to that if you want to. The next two slides are on the forecasting data that we look at in terms of planning places and building our 3-year plan. So this is our projection on EHCPs. So you can see that on the current trajectory, by 2032, we would expect to see 4,427 children with an EHCP, so a plus 50% increase. And an increase of from 4% of the entire child population to 6% of the entire child population would have an EHCP by then. And the next slides just sort of explain the primary need that children would have under our projection. So we expect an increase in autism, social, emotional and mental health, and a 16%, quite large increases in those, and a 16% increase in all other primary needs combined. Again, just to note that whilst that may not increase at the same rate, children who are counted in the autism line may also have other needs as well. In fact, quite often do. We talked about areas where we need to improve. So the next slide is around our post-16 provision. I would say our SEND NEET levels, so our not in education, employment or training levels, are unacceptable to me and to Georgina. And it's critical that our plan knits that together with the new skills agenda and investment from the government with our SEND planning. And we have two main actions in the report: to review SEND pathways with all our FE providers and create 20 more supported internships. And the next slide sort of outlines the strengths that we have and the gaps that we have for that age group. And the slide after that is a bit of a summary of what we've said so far and what we're focusing on in terms of gaps: the autism demand, the SEMH provision, and the high post-16 NEET rate is what we're really focusing on. The slide after, oh, sorry, I've skipped on a slide, I think. So if you go forward. That was what I was talking about, the gaps. Yeah, that's perfect. So these are these support tiers that we use to visualize how we provide different tiers of support for children. Fits in with the government redesign of the system over the next 5 to 10 years, but that's how we've been working anyway. And that is what is in our plan. So, yeah, as much as possible is in tier 1 and 2, where that meets the needs of children. We are not proposing to remove specialist education. I've worked in the specialist school. I know they're very necessary, but it is really about trying to make sure that we work really early on in a child's life and they get better outcomes as a result. The next slide just outlines what we've already put in place in the last 5 years. So we've covered a lot of this in the previous scrutiny panel about inclusion intervention spaces, alternative provision, specialist task force work. You know about the Hive, the Callum Centre. So we can talk about those if you like, but that's just a reminder of what we've been doing. And then the next slide expands on, so the 5 key priorities, expands on the detail of what actions come next. So new primary and secondary autism support bases, including in Morscombe Primary, the Roost from January, rationalising the citywide SEMH offer, reviewing our central hub, a new Year 9 SEMH places, and a redesigned outreach model for those pupils. 3 new primary specialist support bases for autism and SEMH provision in mainstream schools. And then what I think is absolutely critical and what I'm most pleased to see is the strengthened early years offer and the 2 new complex needs support bases as well for that really primary age group, but working with nurseries too. And then finally, the post-16 provision, which I've discussed. So the next slide says about how we know we're planning with confidence and are we sure that these planned places will meet the demand we're seeing? And I've talked you through the forecasting, the figures, and what we've used. I've talked you through child voice and what their priorities are. And then as part of the review aspect, Georgina and the governance body around this will look at, does it not only meet the need in terms of numbers, but does it also meet the need in terms of fitting with our principles of belonging? The next slide is the scale of the plan. So that outlines that there will be up to 268 specialist SEND places created across the city, up to 184 in primary phase, 64 of those in secondary phase, and 20 post-16 internships. And the investment there, the 8.2 million, thank you, Labour government. We have a capital programme that we can develop these bases with. And then the 3.48 million is the revenue cost. And how that's funded is through the high needs block and DSG. The next one is key milestones. I won't dwell on that because that's in the report too. I think that might be the last one. Yeah, so you might want to leave the milestones up in case anyone wants to ask about those. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Daniels. Do we have any questions? Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Emma, for that report. Obviously, it looks like things are moving in the right direction. It's really good to see that under your stewardship, so to speak. What I would like to ask about children in care and care leavers who are 60, that sort of 16, because some, a lot of them will have SEND needs, and also additional kind of traumas on top of other pupils. So I just wondered, are they being sort of given additional support because of their backgrounds and their and their needs? Thank you.
I think Georgina is probably best placed to answer in terms of the virtual head and what's offered there.
Hi, yeah. So the virtual head will be doing a lot of work in terms of supporting the post-16 care leavers and working with the care leaver team. In terms of the SEND reforms and the additional support that will be available, we are looking to provide additional mental health support, additional educational psychology through a link EP for all of our post-16 settings, and also they will be working closely with the virtual school head to provide that support as well. So there will also be some additional emphasis on transition planning. Where they've got an EHCP plan, there is a preparation for adulthood transition plan as part of their EHCP process, which will be done hand in hand with the virtual head of SEN and the virtual school team in order to make sure that they are supported as much as possible as they move forward in their education or indeed employment or training.
Thank you. That's really good to hear. Thank you very much.
Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions about the digital individual support plans. There's going to be a dual system, I believe, that there'll be EHCPs under the old frameworks alongside the new dual system, and whether there'll be any support for admin to manage those two systems at the same time. Also, whether there'll be, what will the new digital ISPs look like, and whether there'll be a national template for them, and also what EHCPs will be reserved for the most complex needs. So what does complex mean? And will the funding be ring-fenced for schools to target appropriately?
So in terms of the individual support plans, we don't yet know from the DfE what additional support will be in terms of funding to give to schools in order to support that transition into that new process. So we're still waiting on the detail on that. In terms of the HCPs and complex needs, there will be national standards coming out, which we haven't got as yet. But when we do, that will be much more clear in terms of the threshold for education, health and care plans moving forward. I mean, I think we acknowledge that the shift from local authority oversight of education, health and care plans onto schools with individual support plans is quite a significant shift. And it will indeed create quite a lot of work for schools. So we're really cognizant of that. And when we did the Send Reforms consultation, we were really clear in that feedback that there needs to be real thought given to how we're going to support schools in order to deliver this different way of working.
Councillor McNair, do you have any further questions? Okay, great, thank you. Elona.
Thank you, Chair. In the sufficiency plan, there is mention of consultation with children and young people. Could you clarify what the process of youth engagement looked like within the development of this plan? Thank you.
Yes, so there were a lot of discussions. We had a SEND sufficiency work stream in place for this piece of work. A lot of the principles around the modelling for these provisions was drawn from the principles of belonging, and that was an extensive piece of work we did with young people from across the piece. Also from those who are Black and racially minoritised, children, young people with SEND, special school children as well, some non-verbal, just to make sure that we got that essence. And of course, those key themes have been an absolute plank in terms of developing that provision. What I will say is that for each provision that we develop and put in place, there is an extensive evaluation process. And that evaluation process absolutely ensures that we hear the voice of children and young people. So I do think in terms of development of provision, we must ensure that it's iterative and that we learn as we go along, it's evolving. So, we don't want to put down some model and that's how it must be forever. If the needs of children and young people change, we need to be thinking about how we can adapt that provision all the time to meet their needs, which is why their feedback is so important and does inform our future planning as we move forward in terms of that provision development. And of course, as we move forward with all these new provisions and support and services and experts at hand, that feedback loop will be inherent in all of that work.
Indeed, when I went to visit Marlow Primary's forest class, they had changed from what they first started delivering for children. It's like a primary school class, because the needs of the children kind of shifted that were coming through, but also they realised that the initial model just needed to be tweaked for them to get the most out of their day. And I saw the children there were really happy to be in school and really self-confident. So you could tell that the provision had been iterated in that way and that they were getting what they really needed from that setting. So I was really reassured by seeing that in reality. Yeah, visiting adorable classes of adorable kids is the best part of my job.
Hendrik.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. The £8.2 million capital investment for new specialist spaces outlined in the report is, I think, welcome, that everyone would agree with. However, looking at the reality on the ground, some of our mainstream primary schools are currently managing SEND cohorts that exceed 40% of the total student roll. We're facing immediate daily pressures. How exactly will the rollout of the expert at hand teams and the new OAIP guidance prioritise and resource these specific high density mainstream schools right now to ensure our staff are supported before the new 2028 bases open?
I will allow George to give you a really proper answer, but what I will say is what I saw in Rudyard Kipling, that could be, I don't know what school you represent, but like that could be them talking and asking that question. And so in response to the high level of need they were seeing and their desperate wish and want for support from us, above and beyond what's provided through BIS and so forth, we placed the alternative provision support team there. And one of the ways that was helpful was that the speech and language therapist was able to evaluate all the children going from nursery into, I've actually forgotten now I think it's nursery into reception, but it may have been reception into year one, and give lesson plans to the teacher to be able to deliver lesson plans that would get them to the required stage, and also identify children who needed intervention from someone outside of that school team as well. So that's one example of how we're working together and being creative. This isn't red. Oh, that's red. Okay.
Ping pong. So it's quite a long answer, and if you'll bear with me. Okay. So in terms of the, it's two things really. One is around the development of provision, and one is around the implementation of experts at hand, and embedding the ordinarily available inclusive practice. So with the ordinarily available inclusive practice, that's been a really co-produced piece of work across the system in order to create a baseline for all schools to use when they have a child with SEND, and it's got lots of tools in it and it's accessible, and that's been done with our schools, SENCOs and other partners. So that's there for them to use and to provide some advice and support straight away. Then we've got the experts at hand investment that's come through the DFE. In Brighton and Hove, we have £1.75 million in year one. There will be a year two, or that will be more, but we don't know what that is yet. So what we're going to be doing with that resource is we are having a team around the setting, which means that 80% of that experts at hand resource, and I'm quite happy to go through the actual staff members on that if you're interested, will be directly accessible via the schools. So they can go straight to their team of experts at hand. There'll be additional capacity that will be allocated, that additional capacity on the basis of data that we have around the profile of need of that school. And that work for the year will be set through an annual strategic meeting with the senior leadership team, the SENCO, and the experts at hand allocated to that school. So that should provide on-the-ground training, quick response to need, anything that schools require. We've added to that a rapid intervention gateway, and this is where we start trying to assimilate the other drivers and the other sort of policies coming through the system in families, children and learning, which is your families first and your best start in life. One of the core themes of all those different policies is that multidisciplinary team. So what we want to do is to try and maximise that multidisciplinary range of professionals as much as we can and provide access to our schools. Schools, other agencies and children and families with children who are not attending school can access this rapid intervention gateway. And there will be 20% of that experts at hand resource in that gateway. They will be based in our best start in life family hubs and co-located with our social care teams and our housing officers. So, you know, if you think about all of the different issues that a family might have and want support with, we are trying to base them all in one place that's accessible for families. So we have to have a range of professionals in there. So if a school has a child that they are struggling to meet need for, and they need a real wraparound support for that child and that family, actually, they can refer into the rapid intervention gateway, and then there will be a triaging by a very skilled navigator, pulling together the various professionals that need to wrap around and support that family and provide support for that school as well. So that's how we split it up, because we recognise there's stuff around whole school support that schools need to access quickly, but we also know that there are some children, young people, where they're really struggling to do that, and we need a much more wraparound, holistic support system for those families.
I'd also like to just use this opportunity to do a shout out to schools to make use of the youth work that we also fund, and there's additional funding coming through for that, because youth work can be a very important intervention for educational attainment and particularly children suffering SEMH.
Segueing onto that, I think that we've got a meeting now in the diary, haven't we? So to talk about how we put youth into those best start in life family hubs. So you'll have that whole range of inclusion practitioners, SEMH practitioners, mental health support, educational psychologists, speech and language therapists, or occupational therapists. That is the dream. That is what we're working towards for these children and their families in 4 geographically located areas. Sorry, I just wanted to add, you did talk about the capital funding. Okay, so there's stuff around, so the inclusion intervention spaces, which is our tier 1 support that we're putting into a further 10 primary schools next academic year, all come with capital funding from the high needs capital pot. So wherever we see a need in terms of SEND that we feel would meet the criteria for high needs pot, we will have that discussion with the school, and indeed my head of SEN statutory services oversees that area and works with schools closely to look at how we might use that most effectively should there be a need. Sorry.
It's a great answer, thank you. I had a follow-on question, if that's all right, which just follows on really neatly from that, which was about KPIs and monitoring of capacity, workforce expertise, you know, in the city. We're putting a lot of extra money and we've got a lot of new strategies and provision and a lot of, you know, really fantastic ideas. How are we going to make sure that we know that the work that we're doing and the money we're putting in is, you know, being used wisely and that the needs are being met?
Well, so obviously I provide a level of scrutiny, and then there's the governance arrangements across the programme. And myself and Deb will be looking at whether we can incorporate some of our KPIs on the corporate KPI dashboard as well. So yeah, we're going to have to pick carefully how we do that, which ones are the biggest indicators. So for me, there's ones around school attendance that are really important, and I think that's got to be a flashing one for all sorts of topics, youth and SEND and just generally. So we have to give that a bit more thought about which ones we put on that top level dashboard.
No. Yeah, come in. So there is also another layer of governance through the SEND and AP Partnership Board. That's a system-wide board with the ICB. Fiona sits on that. We have AMAZE. We have lots of different stakeholders around the table from all phases of education. So we're in the process of developing a data inclusion dashboard to represent the system, which will reflect health data as well as our education data and social care data. And so we're in the process of agreeing the minimum matrix that should be on there, and then that will be presented at that SEND and AP Partnership Board on a quarterly basis. So we're able to monitor the progress and impact, which is really important because we often forget impact, to be able to share with the wider system through a communication strategy. So yeah.
Councillor Shanks. Yeah, fine.
So yeah, thanks a lot for the comprehensive answer. Just as a note, I review a lot of EHCPs quite regularly, and working with the Senko, they were always speaking very positive of the BIS team and how they work and how they're supportive. So it's very welcome to have additional support on top. A smaller question, hopefully, which will allow you to have a smaller answer. How are the schools chosen? So I see you've got a mixture of MAT and maintained schools for these bases up to 2028. How are those schools chosen?
So for the inclusion interventions, for the inclusion intervention spaces, there is an expression of interest process. It goes out to all schools. There's quite a thorough application process in terms of that EOI. It goes then into a panel, and then they are scored on a matrix, and then we allocate according to what those scores are. So in that application process, they do need to demonstrate how inclusive they are as a school, that they have support from their governing body, a whole range of things. Parents of the school are supported. So there's a whole range of different things that we look at in order to do that. With the new provisions, where they're specialist provisions, so the autism SEMH provisions, they will need to be able to demonstrate they've got the physical space as well, because it's really important that these children have the right environment. So there will be some specifications around that. And also we need to make sure that they're geographically located in the right places, because what we don't want are children travelling right across the city.
Yeah, one of my questions was about travelling, because I don't think that was there in terms of the budget, but there is quite a lot of budget, and it seems to be increasing in the last TBM. And in terms of, how much we're being able to do about travel training and etc. I think my main question really is that this is a bit provisional on the fact that the government, well, it sort of is and isn't. I thought this report, when I came to the one that you did online, was about the fact that, there's going to be these big reforms that the government are doing, but this is more about what our sufficiency is now. My understanding is that EHCPs are basically, they're going to be cut. There's not going to be as many, apart from existing EHCPs. I'm not sure what impact that has with the people that, will people who are in the system still be able to get an EHCP? I mean, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty around it. Maybe you know more than I do, but we've got a new Prime Minister and these things haven't gone through the government yet. So I know that, although that sounded quite a lot of money, 7 million for our city, that's not a huge amount per school in terms of supporting teachers, etc. So I suppose, I can't really find anything that I think is completely wrong with this. I just think it's the assumption that it's based on, and the increase in costs around all this all the time. I mean, we don't means test any of this, do we? Or do we now means test some of the older children travel? I remember having something about that. But anyway.
If I just pick up on the point around the transport, obviously what we want to try and do is create as much provision locally in our mainstream schools as we possibly can to minimise travel for children and young people across the city. Also, this investment is around creating enough provision locally to prevent those out of city placements, again, which mean that children are having to travel distances that we'd prefer them not to do. There is also the 1.6 billion that's going into schools through the Inclusion Mainstream Fund, which will help support schools deliver on some of the SEND reforms. It is early days. We don't quite know what's going to happen in the end. We still haven't had the response to the SEND consultation. And we did nudge our DFE rep today because he came to our SEND and AP partnership board and he wasn't clear as to when we'd get that outcome. So that's kind of where we're at.
That's it. Sorry, it's okay. Councillor Gilman.
Hi. I was just wondering, in terms of we have more SEND students coming into the mainstream schools, how are we going to safeguard the well-being of the current staff and particularly the SENCOs who are going to have to deal with that? So that's kind of my first question. I've got a couple of others.
Well, I think that already those SENCOs and staff are dealing with those children because they're, in a large part already in our schools and system. But I think what Georgina was referring to is when we wrote the reform plan, but also the consultation response, we involved SENCOs and heads in that to unpick exactly what kinds of support would be needed, because if SENCOs already have a full caseload, it's very difficult for them to be involved then in a transition plan towards a new system. So I think we recognise that, and we just hope that the government understands that does need resource. It's not just they can't, that they're already working at pretty much full capacity or beyond at times. I think that's recognised.
Yes, thanks, Emma. And that kind of brings me on to my second question, which is thinking about some schools do more heavy lifting than others in terms of their SEN provision and the students they have in. How is this policy going to kind of create kind of an even-handedness, particularly thinking about the secondary schools, where some secondary schools have a lot more SEN students in than others, and heads look at it and deal with it very differently for their own reasons. How are you going to kind of implement this policy so it's more even-handed in terms of the placement of those students?
Thanks, Josh. Councillor Gilmore. That was a very good question, and I think that to a certain degree, this doesn't impact on where people will go beyond the catchment policies we already have. The allocation process we have is kind of the arbiter of that, and parent choice and preference and things like that feed into that, unless there's a specific need, in which case they might be allocated a space such as to the Cullum Centre or the Hive. But I think fundamentally, I think the school leaders in the city are excellent. I think they all share our aspirations and want their schools to be inclusive. But say they didn't, which isn't what I'm suggesting is the case at all, quite the opposite. The new Ofsted inclusion standards and the fact that schools are going to be monitored on how inclusive they are is, I think, a very wise move by the Secretary of State there to ensure that every school does pull its weight, just as all schools do in our city. follow-up.
In terms of also the different profiles of need in the different schools and whether they're going to get the correct support, we will be using our SEND data in order to get the correct allocation of support. So we will be looking at those schools who have higher levels of need than others, and they will be allocated more support accordingly. So there will be that additionality there.
Cool. So what you're saying is, I suppose, if we've got one secondary with a higher kind of level of SEND, taking out EHCP, which obviously comes with a certain ring-fenced cost budget to it, that you would look to support those schools more in terms of the investment around those, because they have more SEND students in there. Okay, that makes sense. And I was just wondering, just as a kind of slightly follow on to that, how does that kind of sit in terms of our numbers in the school, in the city kind of being reduced? So our student numbers kind of reducing anyway naturally with falling birth rates and obviously the kind of cost of the city. So how does that kind of also play in as an addition? Because I suppose in those particular schools where they're going to be, you've got a school that isn't hitting its PAN numbers, they're reducing, they might have a kind of higher SEND rate, that's going to kind of hit their budgets even more. So I was just wondering if you could kind of comment on that as well.
Okay. So in terms of the falling birth rates, and where that has balanced the schools so they have a higher SEND rate, we do have a formula. So in terms of budget, so where we have a certain threshold, because that's been the case and it's flipped into quite a high percentage, then that school will get an additional amount to recognise that additional pressure on their budget. So we've got that in hand.
Councillor McClay.
Thank you. Hi there. It's quite a personal question in the sense of being aware of a situation at a primary school where a pupil's SEND needs weren't particularly looked after. This was a particularly unique situation. It was connected with Middle Street. But the consequences meant that this child is being homeschooled now with the idea that that will continue. The mother had to give up her job. She is really focusing on her child's specific needs. This would have been a young child, year one. And just thinking about this kind of preventative side of things as well and that early intervention. But the question I'm getting to is there are potentially other similar situations across the city where children and families have been let down and where the decision to be homeschooled has been made. I'm keen to understand what capacity there might be through these plans and increasing sufficiency, where we might be able to re-engage with parents who've decided to homeschool to inform them of improvements and the increase in sufficiency, and if we might try and help them rejoin the school system. Thanks.
So one of the things that I was really keen on when we were developing these expert hand plans and the rapid intervention gateway was those children and young people who are not in school. So it's those children where maybe families have felt school wasn't the right place or it wasn't meeting needs, or those kinds of profiles. And I was really keen that we were able to offer the wraparound support and engagement for those children to be able to perhaps re-enter education. And I think that's really important because a lot of our services currently, children have to be on the roll of the school to access, or they have to be going to school to access. And that is, I think, an issue with our system. So this new way of working, I hope, will really capture and sort of embrace those children back into our system and support them to re-engage with their education. So it will hopefully look quite different and we will be able to pick those cases up.
As a follow-up from that, actually, I would like to ask about support that we're offering to parents, because obviously we do have, there are always three entities, if you like, involved in any young person. There's the young person themselves, there's the educational system, but then there's also their family system and what's going on for them indoors. And so it's something about offering support and, you know, care to parents who are struggling with children before we get to the point where they're then either removed or you know, the relationship has broken down with schools. So, you know, is there need or a move to start to help to support parents even more than we're currently maybe doing with in supporting, so that we don't get to those parents, particularly with SEMH?
Yeah, so basically in the Best Start in Life family hubs, that's where we wanted to pick up the range of other professionals, because they do a lot of support for families, parents, parenting courses, other support arrangements, to try and help them and support them with some of their children and young people's needs. There'll also be mental health practitioners in those support hubs. There will be family support workers. So there will be a whole range of different professionals that will be able to provide that support, which is why I kind of really wanted it in that kind of hub model, so that you can really access the whole range. And if we need some additional support from social care, they're on the same site, they're familiar with families. So it's that kind of more of that embracing of some of those needs and supporting some of that vulnerable.
In that hub approach is absolutely where we need to be. Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, Chair. To achieve fully inclusive education and inclusive schools is just a dream to me. It's something I've been working on for the whole of my professional life towards this. The sufficiency strategy should not be judged solely by whether it reduces expenditure or increases local places. It should be judged really by whether children receive the right support at the right time, enabling them to thrive in their local community and wherever possible. I think with the move to developing and strengthening and consolidating our inclusive schools in the city, every school will need to have a whole school approach to meeting SEND. Now that means a great deal of in-service training and support for current staff to prevent them creating inadvertently barriers to learning for the diverse range of needs that the students are going to come into the schools, or the children are going to come into the schools with. Now, in initial teacher training, there hasn't been to date, as far as our newly qualified teachers are concerned, enough time spent on meeting the diversity of need of the students that they are going to then need to be creating lessons for. So I wonder how far we've actually thought about initial teacher training, the skills that need to be developed in that PGCE year, for example, and in schools. Also, the in-service training of the whole staff. So if every teacher is a teacher of children with special educational needs and disabilities, they're going to need to be planning and having the pedagogical skills to create differentiated lessons to meet the SEND in their classrooms. So, for example, the different learning styles that and the individual strengths and weaknesses and cognitive profiles of the children in their classes. So whether or not they have equipped visual scaffolds to use as a technique in their classrooms or whatever. So, and we do know as well, sorry, I'm sort of scatterbrain here, we do know that the attrition rate for teachers, after 5 years is quite high. And that's because of the workload, but also because of the challenge of meeting the diversity of need in their classrooms. So they are going to need a lot of in-service training, a lot of support. I'm not saying that the teachers by any means don't have these skills, but they need to be strengthened, and the schools need to have systems that are robust to support the staff. I'm wondering if any increase in finance, if there is, if we're planning as well for some of that to go into training and upskilling our teachers, or whether that's going to come out of the initial school's budget as it stands at the moment. Will there be additional funding for training? And that training is not only for teachers, it's also for the governors as well, who will need to be trained up, because they will have responsibility for ensuring that these procedures and policies are in place, and they will be accountable with the Ofsted, with focus on the inclusion, of course. So there's that need there as well. So it's quite a wide-ranging question. I don't know if it is a question, really. I am just concerned about the workforce. The will is there, I know, and it's just amazing if we create these inclusive schools or develop them further, because many of our schools are inclusive, as you know.
Thank you, Councillor Mackie.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you.
Teresa, can you turn your mic off?
Also,
Thank you.
I mean, some of that was definitely, I'd say, a comment, but comments that are super welcome and I agree with entirely. And then there were some points I think that we could answer locally. My understanding is, and I don't want to be tested on this, but I feel like the Secretary of State did say that they were making changes to the PGCE, if I've got the initials right, the teacher training, to incorporate more SEND modules. I mean, they try and squeeze it. We try and get teachers. I do feel for anyone trying to do that, develop that course, because we do try and get teachers to kind of do everything sometimes, and there's a lot to fit in that course. But in terms of the local training, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah. So we already provide quite a lot of training through our Brighton and Hove Inclusion Support Service, and we do training on autism. We do training on social, emotional, mental health. We do a training on literacy. So there's a lot of training that we all currently do, and we're probably quite blessed in Brighton and Hove because we've managed to keep quite a large service, which most authorities haven't been able to retain. What I would say is one of the elements of the additional funding that we're getting through Experts at Hand, part of their core business is whole school approach to SEND and training. So that will also go in through that funding pot. What we've got to be thinking about, though, is how we release the staff to be able to do the training. So there's a bit of work that we need to do there with schools to enable the staff to access that training and to be able to use it, properly, on the time to reflect on their practice and so forth. So we do need to build that in. We already provide training for governors around SEND, so that's already already implemented, and it's been going for a number of years. We do regular briefings for new governors and current governors, and I can tell you now, SEND is always an update for them on those training evenings. So we're always providing updates in terms of their responsibilities and the direction of travel from the DfE on SEND. One of the other things we do is SENCO networks. We have primary and secondary SENCO networks. They're chaired by our deputy educational psychologist and principal educational psychologist, and we try and bring research and support through those networks as well. And we use them also to share good practice across the piece. So there's a learning there. But in terms of the feedback loop to the DfE, it was quite a core plank in terms of our feedback around training for staff and how important it is in terms of having that training early doors for SEND.
Just anecdotally, I'd like to add that my son has just started his PGCE with Teach First, which is an 80% teaching time with PGCE on top, and SEND is included in every You know, they do a huge amount of work on SEND. In fact, he's spending a week up in Newcastle doing a huge conference on exactly that and how to include that in all of his mainstream teaching and learning. So I think there is progress being made, which I think is excellent. Fiona.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to say there's clearly positives of more support for pupils with autism and acknowledge the teachers of autism recruitment. That's all positive. But I think Georgina will be familiar with me sort of asking questions around, you know, the SEND reforms are moving towards the wider needs of within neurodiversity. And I think parent carers in the city are going to be keen to know whether Brighton and Hove are going to address whether children with other ND needs will be accepted within autism bases, and what the scope of support would be available to them within the autism bases. I think when you sort of think about a message and hear about autism bases, I think parent carers are going to be concerned that perhaps other areas of need aren't going to be covered. And then just the next bit is I think we all know that parent carers will be keen to understand the eligibility criteria for bases. And then I have got a follow-on question, but that's about post-16, so I can leave that there. Okay, sure. So post-16, with NEET rates being high in the city, PAC has concerns that the ambition and aspiration for post-16 learners doesn't look sufficiently supported within looking at the SEND sufficiency framework. It just feels, you know, we always think about how messages are going to land with the community. You know, 20 supported internship opportunities, although an increase and a start doesn't sound a huge amount. And I think parent carers will be thinking about the education and training gaps in the city for some learners. And I think we're keen to explore what scope there is to improve and address the gaps when you're looking at good outcomes across the board. Thank you.
So I think we had a bit of this conversation earlier, didn't we, Fiona, at the SEND and AP Partnership Board. So yes, we do have an autism speech and language strand in our Brighton Hove Inclusion Support Service at the moment. I was clear that what we needed to do when we were developing our experts at hand offer is that we need to have specialist SEN or specialist teachers for neurodiversity. So it encompasses the range of different profiles of need within neurodiversity. So I'm really clear that is the direction of travel that we need to take. In terms of our provisions, there will be one of them will be specifically around autism, but the others will be able to be accessed for the wider neurodiverse children and young people with wider neurodiverse needs. So that will be the provisions. In terms of the eligibility criteria, we really want to co-produce that moving forward with parents and carers and our schools and our SENCOs. And so you will be involved in that as a parent rep on the SEND sufficiency group, because it's really important that we capture what we need to in terms of that eligibility criteria.
What about now? How do they do it now? Is it based on teaching, SENCO recommendations, or?
It's based upon the education, health and care plan and the needs that are identified through that care plan as to whether they need a small group specialist provision, and that is then obviously done through assessment, through EPs. And
okay.
And then the post-16, yes, Fiona, it is one area that we need to do a lot more work on. I think we own that, and what we want to do is, well, we've got two or three things we want to do. We want to widen the number of entry-level courses that we've got for post-16. We want to strengthen the transition planning further. In terms of the training gaps for staff in our post-16 provisions, that's where the experts at hand link EP, link practitioners, specialist teachers will be involved. There'll be some more training for our post-16 providers so they understand and they are more skilled in supporting those needs. I think that's really important. We need to improve access to information for our parents and carers on post-16. And we also need to look at the consistency, quality of the offer across the post-16 offer. As you're aware, we are working post-Sussex on a strategic plan for post-16, and there are 5 priorities that are being driven forward through that strategic post-16 piece of work. And we have officers and leads from colleges across Sussex that are doing that piece of work, and we are involved in that post-16 strategic plan and the development of it and the monitoring and tracking of progress.
Thanks. And I just wanted to say, having listened in this meeting and other meetings just about how the communication strategy is going to help further embed this as information setting for the community. So thank you for that being addressed too.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Fiona has actually asked much of my first question, but I just want to double check as I was looking up SPD. There's of course a range of neurodiverse conditions, so they are all being classed as autism. Is that correct?
No, they're all conditions in their own right. So ADHD separate from ASC.
So then, how I'm looking here at the SEN primary need, and I don't see any reference to ADHD or to ODD or SPD, for instance. Where are they being classed? How are they addressed?
So we're rather constrained with our data because we have to work with the categories that are provided via the DFE. So that's where some of those issues have come up. So there isn't a particular category for ADHD, so we're not able to gather the data on it. At the moment, it tends to be overseen by SCMH, which isn't really where it should sit. So, there's lots of things that we need to get better at in terms of that granularity of data, but we do need the DFE to help us do, have better categories to record against. And I think that is in process with the new.
But there were definitely children who are ADHD in the bases that I saw and being supported through those bases. They may also be autistic, but yeah.
So also, okay, that's good to hear, because I was looking at this and finding it difficult to understand. I've got 4 questions. I hope that's okay. My second question is about: are we using this embedding of expertise in schools to assist with diagnoses? Because I have to think of how many girls, for instance, spend years and years masking, especially if they are academically able, and then it presents an issue, being autism or ADHD or SPD may present as a social, emotional, mental health need, and they develop anxiety, they may develop anorexia or other eating disorder. So are we going to be able to use this expertise to spot and assist with earlier and less complex and challenging pathway for diagnosis for parents?
First, I'd just say that none of the support needs necessarily rely on a diagnosis. It's about the needs that are presenting, and certainly as a parent of a daughter with autism, initially she didn't get diagnosed until she was in secondary school at her own decision. I mean, it was plain to see, but she went through that process, but her needs were still, she was still given accommodations and her needs were still met throughout her primary education. And she had difficulties with her dexterity and she had extra support with that, for example. So I would just like to reassure you, don't need anyone listening, you don't need to have a diagnosis to get support.
I mean, I think we've got to be careful. We are not medical professionals, so we can't do diagnoses, and we've got to be really clear about that distinction. But the experts at hand support it's about getting the right support in at the right time. And the earlier we can do that, the less those needs will escalate, particularly around mental health. And we have mental health support teams down our primary schools, so we're trying to get in much, much earlier. So it's that kind of thing that we hope will sort of prevent that escalation of need and end up with the need for some medical diagnosis. Obviously, you know, things like autism, they're not around mental health. But again, what's important is that we're meeting those needs. We shouldn't need a diagnosis to meet need. We just need to meet the needs of that child.
I think this is where masking is a problem, and I'm not expecting the experts at hand to provide the diagnosis, but to provide a slightly more insightful look, because I am thinking of one of my children who has quite severe ADHD, but was the support she was given was for working memory deficit and for dyslexia and dyspraxia. And actually, she did not have the right support, and it has caused her mental health issues because she was not given the correct diagnosis. So although she received some support, it wasn't the support she needed. And so I think diagnosis is important because it does mean that the appropriate support is given. And sometimes it's fortunate and the right support is given, and that's great, but it's not happening in every case. And I'm sure that she is not the only person that I know who has had that problem. So I think diagnosis is more important than it may seem sometimes. But I appreciate that these are not the professionals who will provide diagnosis. My second question is around how the EHCP, one of my big concerns around EHCPs is how difficult they are to access, which means that families who often need them most struggle to obtain them. Are we going to be measuring how disadvantaged groups are improving their access to the support their children need?
Sorry, could you just repeat the last bit of that question, Birgit?
So basically, I want to know is how are we measuring if families, children from disadvantaged social groups are better able to access support? How will we be measuring that in both in terms of English as a second language, as in terms of financial challenges, but basically looking at fact children coming from with additional additional vulnerabilities because of their family background. Are we going to be able to measure if we're reaching more of these children? Because I think they are currently falling through the system because EHCPs are so difficult to obtain for parents.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I think I would, I'll leave Georgina to talk about that particular part of the process as it stands now. But I do know that the Secretary of State's message was very clear, and she felt that disadvantaged families were less likely to pursue an EHCP for their child. Professionals might do on their behalf, but that was a problem, and it did lead to some inequity of opportunity and issues there. So, but in terms of the current system, I don't know if you want to comment on.
I think you raise a really good point, and one of the conversations we were having this morning at the SEND and AP Partnership Board was around using data to identify intersectionality, and we're not doing that as well as we could be, because we need to be looking at, the vulnerable groups, and with our resource, we need to be targeting them much more effectively. So we want to look at, more than just one need or one vulnerability and really drive down on that data. So absolutely, we need to be looking at it. Yes, we will be. We're working through those data sets at the moment. Educational disadvantage will be one of them. absolutely we need to be looking at that and thinking about how we support those families in a better way. One of the bits of data I think will be helpful though is when we start collecting that experts at hand and that rapid intervention gateway data to see what kinds of families, children come through that, and then we will be linking that to the school that they attend. We should be able to identify some trends, which I think will be quite interesting. So we can see where we can put our support as well in a more of a whole school context.
Councillor Shanks.
Sorry, just a quick question really, because so this is really all about schools, and I think Daniel did mention youth services earlier, but I just wondered how we look at the provision that's available for like integrated provision in youth, you know, by youth services, but also specialist provision that's available for after school or holidays. Because you know that's actually really important for children, and especially if they're in special schools. Sometimes actually the only chance they get to meet other young people who aren't in those special schools, and for other young people, you know, who don't meet those kids on a daily basis. So I just wonder where that comes. It's not really in here. So is it come in your adolescent strategy? I haven't seen it in there really, but
so we have done. We do reports around respite and short breaks provision, and so we have done that. We will cover that other work that you're talking about in terms of our adolescent strategy and youth work planning with our partners, but it wouldn't be it's not relevant. It's not sense efficiency. That sense efficiency is really specific about school.
Adam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the reports. And I'm really heartened by the discussions about how youth work can be seen as a supportive element of supporting and sustaining formal education placements. And I know the reports about the Section 14 statutory duty in particular and those places. But as a city, we know that we want to provide that holistic care and support and wrap around. And we've I just got some feedback this morning, actually, as part of the youth work that's been embedded in the Alternative Provisions Specialist Task Force. I was going to indulge myself by reading out just a couple of lines to support awareness. So this is feedback from the Senior Manager of the AP Specialist Task Force. Having youth workers as part of APST has been invaluable. Their extensive knowledge of the children and young people, their families and the wider social context in which they live has significantly strengthened our understanding of the challenges they face and enhanced our ability to support them effectively. I firmly believe that youth work within schools is a highly impactful and valuable resource. Youth workers are uniquely positioned to improve engagement with education, support attendance, reduce antisocial behaviour and identify young people who may be vulnerable to risks such as child criminal exploitation, child sexual exploitation. So that wasn't a question, but I'm really happy that that can be part of the conversation. I'm really happy that those are taking place now as regards the practical plans in the report. I did have two questions, however, so I am going to come back to those if that's okay. The plan proposes provision in bases, approximately 100 to 120 places in total by 2028, though projected growth is nearly kind of 1,500 additional EHCPs expected by 2032. So I wondered how the council reconcile the need for a longer term plan that might be part of this plan. And then my second question, given the high needs block is forecast to hit an 11 million in year deficit in 27-28, what happens if the central government stability grant conditions aren't met, or if the grant doesn't cover the 26-27, 27-28 shortfalls, or only covers a small portion of the deficit? Is there a fallback plan? Thank you.
So, in terms of the provision bases, yes, I mean, this is a 3-year plan. It will be a longer plan. There has to be, as we develop and we get to know what we need more and we reflect and review, there may be need for more specialist provision, but we're going to go with what we've got and what we know now. And then, of course, we will evaluate, review and reflect, and further decisions will be taken if we need to. And that's also the case, sorry, I did want to say around the supported internships. It's an initial 20, let's look and see whether we need more, and there may need to be further investment. In terms of the finances, we have managed our budget for high needs block really quite well in Brighton and Hove. We haven't been overspent, I think, until sort of last financial year or the year before, which there was only, I think, about 20 to 30 local authorities who hadn't overspent. And as you're probably aware, the overspend nationally on SEND is huge. And there are local authorities with millions and millions and millions of pounds overspent. So in relative terms, that overspend that you've just spoken about isn't massive compared to national profile of spend. There is, and I think the government have said that all SEND spend will be managed centrally. I think it's around 2930. So as long as we understand it, as long as we comply with the direction of travel and we do what they're asking and we are delivering on our reforms, there will be that support financially. That's what we have been told to date. And just a quick comment about the APST and the youth work. I will say that when I was doing Team Around the City Child meetings with secondary school heads and other partners, the youth work interventions were one of the most successful interventions that we put in. So just a bit of a shout to that.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I've realised that I haven't actually said how much I welcome this direction of travel. I think it is absolutely what children need, and I think it's brilliant, and I just want us to get it right. My final question is how I think it's great that we want to bring children who have fallen out of the school system back in. What are the mechanisms that in order to reach those families who have detached from the school system and so how are we bringing them back? How are we contacting them? How are we gradually encouraging them back into the school system?
It depends on why they've come out of the school system, if you see what I mean. So if they have, say, emotionally based school avoidance or something like that, I mean, we will know of them. They won't be in school, but we will know of them as a service, and we can then look at how we can put some intervention in place to support those children, work with those families to get the children back. There may be a number of children where families have decided to electively home educate. We're in contact with those families. Should they want their children to come back into education, then of course we will work with those families to do that piece of work and to allow them to have the opportunity to come back into our education system. There's medical needs. I mean, there's so many different variations on why those children, young people are out. But I think what we need to do, and certainly going forward and the new acts that are coming through, we must know where all our children are, and if they're not in school, we must have a register of them. So there will be much greater oversight, and of course that door will always be open, and we will always be able there to be willing to support families and children, young people back into education wherever possible.
Thank you very much. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the report. I was going to ask, because actually Councillor McKay and Miller did ask partially some of my questions. Thank you. I was going to say, so what does good quality training look like for staff? And what does ongoing support look like for them? Are they just left there? What does that look like? Because that's a bit of a concern for me. It's really good to hear about the consultation you've done with children and young people. And I wondered who have you consulted? What kind of organisations, what does that look like? All the ones that work with SEND. different question around how parents and young people engage with about individual decisions, because my concerns is that often people who are best able to navigate and articulate or advocate for themselves are not, they have a different profile. They're often people who are, you know, experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage, or might be from racialized communities. How do you, how are we assured that they will get sort of equal access to things like rapid intervention support if they cannot articulate or don't even know about these sort of support systems? Because we know, as I think colleagues said, that EHCPs often are not accessed by those who are least able to articulate it. So I wondered what you could say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think on the marginalised groups, and it's, you know, whether it's whatever the reason for marginalisation, but oftentimes that could be migrants with language barriers and a lack of support around knowing what systems are there. So that can be an issue. What I think is really heartening is the massive expansion of early years free childcare, and the workforce within that then can help support families and identify children who have maybe a learning support need, or they're not meeting their developmental milestones, as well as family hubs, which I think are well loved by all sorts of communities, but they pay particular attention to people who may be marginalised for poverty or language reasons, and have people who work there who speak various languages firsthand in order to be able to help people navigate that system. So I think that probably the thing that will make the biggest difference isn't this necessarily, but it is that investment into free childcare for disadvantaged children, and for all children of where parents are working.
I think Councillor Daniels probably answered the second part of your question really well, so I'm just going to go back to the training. What does good training look like? I think good quality training really is based on sound evidence base, good research, and the skills of the trainer, in terms of making sure that the training they're imparting is really well understood, that there is opportunity then for the practitioners to ask questions and to clarify, and also to do some real practical and pragmatic kind of work, particularly with teachers and TAs in the classroom, so that they can see how that is being delivered and how it should be delivered. And I think it's also important as we move forward that we provide a range of different ways that training can be delivered, because not always do teachers or TAs have the time to have that face-to-face. So there are numerous different ways, like webinars and blogs and training materials and all sorts of things we can now do with tech that will really help the training be accessible, and, you know, won't mean that they've got to block out time and so forth. So we need to think about how we do that in a slightly different way. But of course, what is most important is the feedback we get from the people that we deliver the training to, and the follow-up to ensure that the training we've delivered and the practice that has been done has embedded and made an impact on those children, young people and families, and that we get that feedback back to ensure that it's been impactful and done what it needed to do.
And I think we didn't cover, which I think mainly CBS groups we thinking, which were consulted around sufficiency and the wider reform plan.
Yeah, so in terms of the wider reform plan, Amaze, our parent group, we worked with them as well. Our parent and carer forum had implemented. We discussed with them about how we would do the SEND reform plan. Obviously, true co-production was quite challenging, wasn't it, Fiona, in terms of the SEND reform plan? But yeah, they were the two main parties in terms of the CVS implementation. When you're looking at a whole range of other areas, such as post-16, there will be other stakeholders that are also involved in that.
Are there any other groups involved in the work streams? Because would TDC be involved in any of those, or?
They're probably in terms of post-16, maybe, but I couldn't say off the top of my head. I can come back to that.
Good question.
Sorry, is it all right to follow up? Thank you for that. I was going to ask, are there any organisations that focus on race, ethnicity that you might have also asked to sort of, particularly with my concerns around people not having a voice and not being able to articulate? And also the other concern I have is around special provision. It's becoming smaller, and those who really require, they are often the most well articulated, often middle class people are able to get those spaces at the expense of others who are not able to put that argument across in quite the same way. So I just wondered, what does that look like? And I wondered which organisations you've spoken to about that, who might be able to articulate that very well.
So I think the Secretary of State, when she launched the SEN reform strategy and looked to really make quite far-reaching changes to the system, really had that in mind, and that's why there's the new tiers being proposed around before you get to an EHCP, and the EHCPs are a specific cohort of students that you don't have to go through that process to get the support you need, so at a different level. So I think that's part of it, is to introduce a system where you don't have to go through what can be quite a difficult and emotionally and just draining experience. The other part of it, and some people and some parents and carers may disagree with it, is that she was proposing that that local authorities would be able to turn a placement down on the basis of cost, and probably where the most articulate and resourced parents may be seen. And this is not me saying this is what I've seen. This is kind of discourse about what that issue may look like. Is that it may be that they might have gone to visit a school, had the time to go and visit a school somewhere else in the country, and decided that that school is the one. Whereas their director of education, like Georgina, might say, but we have a really good school in the city that can meet your needs. And at present, that choice can win out over what's provided locally. And that could be something that someone with more resource or confidence might be able to benefit from, as opposed to someone else. But the proposal under the SEN reform white paper was that would actually then rest with the education authority, and that they could decline on the basis of cost if another provision would meet the need and ideally is local. But that's a lot of discourse that's happening, and people have very different and heartfelt opinions about whether that's a reasonable diagnosis of that issue.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more quick question, just mindful of the time, and we still have to get through task.
There was something about about ensuring that race was considered, and just to say that we have our anti-racist practitioners for schools who are involved in our planning and decision making and practice, and do provide challenge. So that is something that we pay for internally as well. So it doesn't just rely on external organisations. But I do take your point, and I think it's a point well made that maybe we could start to consider more organisations in that co-production journey.
I just want to add, I do meet with the chair of a seat at the table on a monthly basis. I don't know if you're aware of a seat at the table, but yeah, So I meet with Liz Soap on a monthly basis, looking at casework, and we have discussions about developments.
Thank you. Fiona.
Thank you. Just really coming back to an issues point, which I totally agree with, but I sort of wanted to talk a little bit more to conversations that I've been having with Georgina throughout this whole SEND reform programme. Brighton Hove Parent Care Forum did communicate directly to the Department of Education local person that these timescales were unworkable for the decent amount of engagement that needed to be done. And I think parent carer forums nationally raised this an issue, but those deadlines were unmovable. But moving forward, I can't remember whether I talked to Georgina about this today but certainly very recently. Engagement with marginalised communities takes time, and it takes time and planning. So I've been flagging that operational planning to make sure that you reach out to the right organisations in the city, the time that takes and the attention that must be made to have decent engagement must be planned properly. If things are needed to be done really quickly, then the gaps will remain. So I hope it sort of explains how PAC would like to see how attention to engagement with the broader communities in the city is essential.
I think that's an excellent point. Thank you. Unless I have any further questions.
I would just like to say that I really appreciated the glossary of terms. Thank you. I wish the NHS could do that.
Members agree then to note the report. Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Daniels and Georgina for their forbearance and for being here for so long. Thank you for answering our questions so fully and comprehensively. It's an amazing subject. Thank you very much. If we can move swiftly on. The next item on the agenda is the final report for the committee of the Task and Finish Group on Antisocial Behaviour in Social Housing. Councillor Patel, as the chair of that group, would you like to introduce them? I hope everybody has read it.
Thank you. I was actually only chair after ex-councillor Jackie Quinn stood down, but I had been on the Task and Finish group. Antisocial behaviour in social housing can have a profound and lasting impact on residents' well-being, feelings of safety and sense of belonging within their communities. For many people, their home should be, for all people, their home should be a place of refuge. And when antisocial behaviour occurs nearby or within shared spaces, that sense of security can be deeply undermined. It was in recognition of this impact and the concerns consistently raised by residents and councillors alike that the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee established this Task and Finish group. Over the past month, the Task and Finish group has undertaken a detailed and thorough examination of how antisocial behaviour in social housing is addressed across Brighton and Hove. We have drawn on a wide range of evidence, hearing directly from council officers, housing associations, the police, community safety teams, other local authorities, members of parliament offices, and most importantly, residents with lived experience of antisocial behaviour. I'd like to thank everyone who gave their time to contribute openly and constructively to this work. What quickly became clear is that while antisocial behaviour presents complex challenges, many of the frustrations experienced by residents stem not only from behaviour itself, but how the cases are communicated, progressed and resolved. Recurrent themes across our evidence included the importance of clear and regular communication, effective expectation setting, timely use of enforcement tools and better partnership between agencies. Better partnership working. We've also heard powerful and deeply troubling accounts of racism related antisocial behaviour, underscoring the need for a clearer, more proactive and explicitly zero tolerance towards racially motivated harassment within housing environments. This report recognises that no single intervention will eliminate antisocial behaviour altogether. However, the recommendations set out here are practical, evidence-based and informed by best practice from across the sector. If implemented, they have the potential to significantly improve residents' experiences, ensuring people feel listened to, supported and confident that concerns are being taken seriously, even when cases are complex or lengthy. I'm particularly grateful to residents who shared their experiences with the group. Their testimony grounded our work in reality and served as a constant reminder that behind every case file is a person, family or community affected day to day by these issues. I'd also like to thank Jackie O'Quinn for her work on this group as its original chair. And I'd also like to thank members of the group for their hard work over many months to gather evidence for this report. I commend this report and its recommendations to the council, partnerships and housing providers across the city. I hope it will act as a catalyst for continued improvement, stronger collaboration and a renewed focus on putting the residents at the heart of our collective response to antisocial behaviour. And as a codicil to this, Sam and I received a really horrendous email from somebody who had someone with a disability, who with a sight disability, who has really had the worst treatment that we could see, even to the extent that he actually left his property for his own safety, and he was pushed from pillar to post, and he lost his guide dog. His guide dog was taken away from him, so he is now stuck in temporary accommodation without his guide dog and without any support. I wrote an email to Jeanette, and she came back to me within minutes, and she's going to look into that. So we do need to take on board the recommendations, because things do slip through the gaps, and this guy, poor guy, slipped right down to rock bottom and beyond. So hopefully our intervention will hopefully give him a bit. And I'm just so worried about that dog as well. I hope it's been treated. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Cattell. Do members have any specific questions? Anisha.
Sorry, I know it's a long evening. Thank you very much. I really welcome the work that you've done in this space. It's really important, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. I just wondered if it would be considered of a recommendation around having an action plan or specific hate-related antisocial framework and around clear escalation routes for people. Is that something that would be considered, sort of reasonable adjustments, language access, etc.?
Absolutely, and thanks. I saw Luke taking notes there, so we can add that to the, add that to our sort of actions that we'll be doing. I mean, I'm sure, hopefully, at some stage we'll be bringing this back to you to show you what the outcome is. But there's a long way to go. Absolutely, I'm sorry to say.
Councillor Shanks.
My question really, because there's some in here, I mean, I particularly think, say, caretakers, which is something that I know some of our blocks have been in our area been talking about for a long time, but some of this has got financial implications, some of it doesn't, so some of it could be quite quick. I suppose that was my question, is like where is it going now? What's its next?
Goes to cabinet.
Okay.
If we take the report and we're happy with it, then it will go to cabinet.
Yeah, does it need, I mean, how does that costing work and things like that? Because obviously there's a lot of work, as you say, to do on it.
Sorry, we haven't actually put any costings to it, because we simply don't know exactly what we're going to do yet and which recommendations will be taken up. But one of the biggest things that we learned from other organisations, especially housing associations, was communication and having, one of the things is that people who were experiencing noise nuisance, for example, were very exasperated when they found out from the housing officer that they had to do another noise diary, even though they'd already submitted one to environmental health. So it goes back to working as one council again, which is something that we have been aiming for in the last 3.5 years. And and also just simple ways of getting, giving people information, giving people a regular update. But the worst thing is that some of these cases can take up to 2 or 3 years to go to court or something, because you can't just take one side of the story. You have to listen to both sides of the story, and there has to be mental health assessments and so on, because the person who is causing the antisocial behaviour to their neighbour may well have really deep-seated problems of their own. So you can't just kick somebody out of their house because of that. So one of the things that is being pushed for across the country by local councils and registered providers is having a special sort of housing court, if you like, like there's like a family court and so on, so that there's something where things can be very quickly sort of sorted out and so on. So yeah, and I think yeah, obviously yes, we'll look at all those different sort of reasonable adjustments and things, and so and there are simple things that can be done which don't cost anything, like perhaps some retraining of officers. And I'm not kind of criticising the officers. I'm just saying that there is a certain way of working, and I worked in local government for millions of years, and I know what it's like to have a certain way of working, and like, what? There's a different way of doing this, much easier.
Thank you. Kendrick.
Thank you, Chair. Realise it's very late, so apologise for this, but the the task and finish report highlights severe prolonged cases of ASB and racism-related harassment in communal housing blocks. Children living in these environments take that trauma into our classrooms. Has the housing team established a formal, rapid data sharing framework with the education and early help teams so our schools know when a pupil home environment has suddenly become a hotspot for ASB?
Well, that's a new thing, because one thing I'm afraid we didn't have, there was someone from education on there, because, and I should have picked that up, because I'm chair of the corporate parenting board. But I think if Luke could please note that, and we will take that away, because that is really important. And yeah, thank you very much for raising that. That's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendrick. That's an excellent point. Adam.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, a quick one from me. What I've recognised is how there's potential for more emphasis on the kind of asset-based approaches to resolving entrenched antisocial behaviour that could feature more prominently in one of those approaches. I know that in our work as community development organisations in the city, we've supported residents to organise themselves and build campaigns against cuckooing and violence on their estates and things, and they've kind of been able to do that themselves, of and for themselves. And I wondered if that had featured at all in any of the discussions, and whether that could be fed into recommendations as part of this.
There was something. There were some some examples that were given to us by housing associations in particular, saying how they would have a kind of like a team meeting in the communal space, in like a garden or something in a housing estate, where people could come together and talk to the police and talk to council officers and so on. Not all of our blocks have got that sort of facility, but I think actually giving people that sort of power to do it themselves is great. But then the thing is, you might be just the only person, and you might be terrified. I think the thing is, people, I don't like to say anything because they'll know it's me. So that's a good idea, and I suppose that's something that we need to sort of put to our tenants and residents associations, although I don't know how strong many of them are. I mean, we've only got one block in our ward, Sam and I don't really know I don't think there is, because it's an older person's block, they have got a caretaker. But I mean, I think it's something we could possibly raise at the housing, the housing area panels.
Just to say, additional recommendations at this point, we can't actually add to the report. We note the report as it is. What we can do is any suggestions might be useful at this point, maybe to email. And what we can do then is pick them up as additional points and raise them to the appropriate departments as something that's come out of the report. But I can't take additional recommendations for the actual report. We either note the report or we don't.
Yeah.
So those are our kind of very clear choices right at this moment, if that's okay with everybody. So unless there's specific questions about the report, but I can't change the report.
Okay, absolutely. But it's good that Luke is floating it down in the minutes so that we can take it
and we
away.
will pick the points up.
Yeah.
I'm not losing the really valid and excellent points that are being made. I'm just saying, just so that we're aware, we can't actually change the report at this point. Okay, Councillor Miller.
I think there's some really great recommendations here. Could it come back to us in I don't know, 6 months or a year, so that we see what has been done, what improvements have been made, and actually
explain the process.
Okay,
yes,
so we'll have it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm new to scrutiny. Sorry, forgive me if I'm saying the obvious.
Not at all, Councillor Miller. So what will happen with the report, assuming that members agree to refer it to Cabinet, is it will go to a future Cabinet meeting. Cabinet will then decide which of the recommendations they're going to accept and agree to implement. We'll take a report back a few months later to this committee to give a progress update to say, for the agreed actions, these are the ones that have been implemented, these are the ones that are in progress. Perhaps there are some that haven't been progressed yet for whatever reason. Government's changed its mind on something or something like that.
There will be review.
And committee will carry on taking update reports until either all the agreed recommendations have been implemented or there's agreement that X isn't possible. So, so committee will continue to have reports back until it's satisfied that everything agreed has been done.
Thank you. And we're not quite finished yet, thank you, Councillor Cattell. Unless there are any more questions, do members agree? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Clay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I just want to say that was a great point from you over there, Hendrik. And I think something for the next item for us to think about for task and finish groups in the future about how we bring in some viewpoints from this committee as well, if we can, because I think that's a sideline that we just did not consider, the impact on children and brought into schools. Big thanks to Luke for all of the work that you've done on this, and it's been a really long process and it's done a great job, as have you, Giles, but Luke's getting all the credit. And I just wanted to make sure that we've shared this. We promised that the resident witnesses would be given a copy of this report. I just want to check if we've done that yet, or were we going to give them the Cabinet report?
I was waiting until committee agreed the report before sharing it with all of our witnesses that we'd seen over the time.
Thank you very much for your contributions as well. They're really helpful. And also Bridget, who's not here. I don't know where she is. She's Bridget on the sea. I think you two made some very, very excellent contributions about casework that you had, because that is something that personally I don't get casework on housing because, but that was really good stuff that you two came up with. Thank you very much for your support.
So do members agree to note the report and send the task and finishes group report? I'm sorry, initially.
Oh, sorry. I had a sort of, I don't know if it's a process or a point of order or whatever. I was going to ask, that any suggestions, even if it isn't taken to Cabinet, could people not just do it if they wanted to, or if they thought it was a good idea?
I think that's what we said. I'm going to forward any suggestions to the appropriate department and make sure that they are followed up and picked up on. So I'm not excluding them or missing them out. I'm just saying I can't change the report at this point.
That's absolutely fine. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. So do members agree to note the report as it stands, and we will do the follow-ups, and send the task and finish group's report to Cabinet for consideration? Agreed. Well done. It was an excellent piece of work, and I only came to the last two meetings, and I would just like to say they were excellent. Well done. Our final point, thank you. Our final point for today's committee, and I do know this has gone on, thank you very much everybody for staying. Our final item today is to seek the committee's approval for the next task and finish group, which I'm proposing to be on customer services. Following on from our discussion at the March committee meeting, scrutiny officers and I have held various meetings with relevant council officers. And I've concluded that at this point, there is more space to look at the council's customer service offer and provide useful recommendations that could possibly result in meaningful change. Although young people's mental health, which was the other option that I considered very carefully, is incredibly important and an area that I know we all want to see improvements being made in, I do not think at this time that a task and finish group could bring up any new evidence or put forward any recommendations that are already not being considered. We are waiting for the finalisation of a number of initiatives and reports from government that will shape the direction that the country as a whole and Brighton and Hove as a city start to move forward in. Once the landscape is clearer, then that might be the time to reconsider this topic within the area for a task and finish group. It definitely is not off the table. Included in the report are a scoping report and draft terms of reference for the task and finish group. The scoping report is a guideline to get the group started. The first meeting of the group will be a scoping meeting, which we can discuss witnesses and how we want to proceed. Do members have any questions or comments on that as a task and finish group at this point? Absolutely none. If there are no more questions, then we will move to the recommendation. Do members agree to establish a task and finish group on customer service with the terms of reference as set out in Appendix 1? Thank you. I will now call the meeting to a close. Well done, everybody, and thank you very much.